Folks. Okay, so today we're going to be working on the Chaster integration for the research and desire lockbox. This is something that the Discord community for research and desire has been asking for a long time, and we made it very far with a great group of internal testers. There's just a few things left over that we got to piece together, and we're going to do that live. Now, this is going to be concurrent with other live streams that we're doing, so we're going to kind of fold it in with the awesome pattern drawing tool. So if you're following that thread, don't worry, we'll pick you back up. But today I want to make sure we're keeping track of the lovely, lovely Chastity folks. So yeah, knock on your cages, grab a coffee. We're going to hang out here today for about 3 hours. First things first, though, I'm just going to make sure all the announcements are posted everywhere. This is just your clean take intro to make sure that everything's copacetic. Awesome. Give me 2 seconds. We're going to make those posts. Bum, 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 bum. They should be automatic. They should be already up. But we're going to see. We'll check users in chat, see if anyone's present yet. So far, chill, chill. We'll just go check to make sure all our posts got posted. That's the biggest thing. We're using a new automated tool that I introduced last week called Post-Iz. Great open source product, strong rec. It is hopefully sharing to screen. Perf. Wonderful, but because it's new, I never trust it. Therefore, we're going to manually confirm that everything got posted. Let's give it a quick refresh here to be posted to our first platform. Not yet. Not yet, I say. Let's check other platform. Worst case is I do a manual post. It's not a very bad worst case. Checking number one. We're going to go in here. Perfect. Love it. We have the first one up. Let's check number two. Yep. Sort of embeds because it looks a bit ugly. I'll say attention at LKBX. Notify Lockbox folks in our private Discord. Done, done. Okay, checking the other platforms. Looks like our post got removed on Reddit. It's okay. We are mods. So we'll go into our mod platform and just confirm. I'll call this red. Thank you, sir. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum. Bum-bum-bum-bum-bum. Mm-hmm. All right. Double checking. We have at least a few things posted in at least a few places. So we should be able to kick off here in just a moment. We'll see if anyone's joined us in chat. Hey, welcome, welcome. We will check our other Reddit post. Don't worry, folks, we're almost there. Bum ba do ba do ba do ba do boom 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 ba do boom ba do. Interesting. Our posts into our new platforms. So into Reddit did not work. That's okay. We'll do a manual post into those ones. -1 point to Post-Iz. We're going to check our X. We're learning a little bit here about Post-Iz and what it can do. Let's go check our page. Hey, hey, welcome, Eagle Deluxe. That means my posts are working, so happy you're here. We're going to kick off in about 2 minutes, just making sure that PostIZ, this platform I'm using to cross post, is actually functioning. But super, super welcome. All right, chill, chill. I think it's good for now. I'm going to manually post once in Reddit, just in the Chaster subreddit so folks know what's up, and then I'll kick off. How's your day going so far, Eagle Deluxe? Hope it's real good. Yesterday I started a new run club in my city. It's a 5:45 a.m. sunrise run club. Very fun. Like for real. It's been a blast. Um, but I'll tell you what, 5:45 a.m. is extremely early. Like obviously we know this. I'm not reinventing the wheel. Do you see my question about the DTT output port? No, feel free to ask right now. I'm gonna actually start doing perhaps a daily community roundup. Um, where just for 1 hour a day, maybe I jump on stream and go through all the posts and all the channels. We have a pretty broad stretch at the moment, so I did not see it. If you were to ask it again here, I don't mind. I will happily respond on stream. But go ahead and repeat it if that's okay. I'm just going to continue trying to make our post on Reddit onto the Chaster subreddit so that folks know what I'm up to. Bum, ba-da-bum. And thanks for your patience, by the way. There's a lot of things going on always concurrently. So if I ever miss a message, support@researchanddesire.com. They are our lovely folks who will always be there. You do have me now, though. So looking forward to seeing that question. And I'll dig around and find it if you can't repost at the moment. Okay, just posting on Chaster. We're live. Ba, 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 bum. What was the previous notice I said? It is. Mhm. For the research and desire lockbox, I want to connect it to an Arduino. So I'm wondering what connection between the ESP32 and the port is. Is it transistor or is it MOSFETs? So in between there, I don't know if I have the appropriate answer for you for whether it's MOSFETs or transistors. What I can tell you is that unless you're directly soldering to the board, you're just going to be using the output signal that's coming through the aux. And that is a PWM. I can give you specifics for the two types of signals we send. But because it's made for very, very simple vibrator power control, yeah, it's just a pulse width modulation curve. We have some specific parameters that will help you receive output from it. That's probably sufficient for your objectives. If you are, for some reason, directly soldering to the PCB, I'm super interested, and you should tell me exactly what you're up to. That sounds so cool. Ba-da-da-da. If you do need to know if it's specifically transistors or MOSFETs, yeah, perhaps clarify what's up. Maybe I can go a little deeper, but once we get into the nitty gritty, I'm just gonna have to crack open a DTT and look close. All right, almost there. Ba-bum. Ba-ba-boom. Okay, post one made. And we'll take a look, see who else we got. We got the lovely Eagle Deluxe. Love it, love it, love it. There we are. Let's jump in. Okay. So what is the objective today? Our objective in this moment is to get our Chaster integration up and running. So let's set, crack. Let's set some objectives. So Chaster integration. And I see your message there. I'll come over and take a look. Okay. Some people say they used an RC filter between the input and output. I'd love to know what type of transistors we're using, but can't find out. Yeah, but what's written on it. So, I think that that's something we'd be willing to share with you if you need to get down to that level. I do suspect there's easier ways to do what you want to do. So let's make sure we don't have an A-B problem. Like the A-B problem where you're trying to solve problem A, but you're asking questions about problem B, a consequent of problem A. Whereas if you just ask me or tell me what thing A is that you're trying to achieve, maybe there's an alternative solution. So you're at level B, maybe bring me back to level A, the first thing you're trying to achieve. You just want to like do what in your connection between an Arduino and the DTT? Just get information about depth or like from the depth sensor? Ah, also I have a friend of mine. I think a lot of people in this community are neurodivergent folks, and a very popular neurodivergence I bump into in this community is, ADD or ADHD. Um, and a friend of mine uh, noted that their friends who have ADD or ADHD tend to have meals primarily composed of fluids. And I will call myself out. I currently have four fluids to consume. This is my breakfast. I did eat solids, I swear. I'm not just like a no fiber suffering soul, but it is funny. I feel very called out. So you're going to see me progress through protein shakes, coconut waters, and coffee. But yeah, Eagle Deluxe, keep posting your questions, and I'll do the best I can while I concurrently work on the Chaster lineup here. Hmm. All right, let's go. So, Chaster integration. Let's summarize the desire state and the current state. So, desire state is very clear. Very, 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 very clear. We just want to be able to start a lock on Chaster and have it fully managed on the lockbox. That's it. Have every single function and feature work perfectly on the device. Also, I'm just going to make one post in Kinky Makers. Perhaps this is of interest. Yeah, I mean, you don't got to cook a liquid. Well, okay, there's liquids you got to cook. Soup, sure. None of these. I don't got to cook this. There's calories technically. 90. Like, I'll live. Hmm. Yeah, usually cook my water. Okay. Very UK British, I suppose. Bringing your water to what? Like, what is the perfect tea temperature again? It's like 67 or something. I guess that qualifies as cooking. All right, just gonna post here in, it's not appropriate for announcements, not quite awesome announcements. I will just say, perhaps I'll post it in member projects. Just making a quick post in the Discord for Kinky Makers. If you're not a member of Kinky Makers, they are uh, the only, let's say this, what's the right description? Somewhere between like the open source community that Research and Desire sponsors slash also identically another branch of Research and Desire, started by Alex and James, the same time that Research and Desire was started. Wonderful community, has blossomed into its own beautiful thing. The Research and Desire community exists as well. You should join both if you're at all interested in the things we're doing today, which would be a bit of coding, a bit of dynamic conversations on whatever complicated topics come up, like, do we cook water? Is that cooking? I would say, for the record, warming water is not cooking, but I appreciate the concept very much, actually. All right, last thing, and then I will stop posting and I will get right into it, folks. Okay. Where did I put my Chrome tab? This is the game. Yeah, yeah. Huh? No, nope, that's not it. Okay. Come join and watch at https://twitch.tv/research and desire. Post LFG. Okay, desire state. So we start a Lockbox-Chaster and every function and feature works perfectly on the device. This is very simple. We believe, or let's say this, naively, there is the belief, but we have to be cautious about this belief, that the lockbox is a machine which just holds the state lock or not lock. This belief has gotten us into trouble and certainly causes a little bit of confusion when developing or discussing features on the lockbox, only because there's slight complexity if you're popping in and out of your external managed state, so the internet. This is not true. Let's just put a note here. This seems easy. Naively, this seems easy. Oof. You know, in every other stream, I've been blaming Tim Cook for freeform here, but I can't do that anymore. And I don't know the new guy's name. So we're just going to go back to Steve Jobs. So rest in peace. But Steve Jobs, I'm so mad at this product you made. You were not, I don't even think he was alive when freeform was invented, but damn, is it frustrating. Okay. So naively, this seems easy. Box just knows lock or no lock. This is not quite true. It's a little bit more difficult, slightly more difficult. And not so much more complex. It's just about management of all the connected states, just because of connection. The briefest example, the most obvious one that we run into is if you were to have a 1-minute lock and then go outside, somebody votes on your lock, increasing it to 1 hour and 1 minute, and you are offline, your device will have a 1-minute timer you will unlock. These states make it slightly more complex, and there are options for things that we could do to improve that flow, but for now, we're not going to worry about that. Have we tried Chastity? I don't know Chaster, but do they have a card game like Chastity? So Chaster is a very popular platform. I have not tried Chastity. I will open it now in our shared browser, not this one, right here, the one you can see. Let's take a peep. It's an application that may be used to manage the lock combination for your Chastity device. For more details, okay, cool. Nope, I haven't tried this one. I certainly will give it a shot. Today we're going to focus just on Chaster, but I will put this over here in my little bucket of to do. Yo, what did I just paste? Oh, okay, just as an embed. Chill. This is fine. Don't have to get into the details. So the current state. Yeah. Okay. Current state. We'll see how complex and how technical we want to get. I think we're going to get it moderately technical on this call, and we are going to review things. So the current state is you start a lock on Chaster. You must add the Research and Desire plugin. Chaster plugin, and you must log in to Chaster on Research and Desire. These are already two pieces of friction that are in place. These are slightly annoying to the end user. Our pure, like true perfect desire is to partner with Chaster directly beyond the API, so that just on their website, you can have the Chastity lockbox present as an option. If anyone has a connection to the team at Chaster beyond their support calls, our support email threads, that would be awesome. For the time being, we're just going to continue attempting to chat with them, and we're going to build something in the API. So this is the current state. This is, however, limited to just folks in the test group. So let's do a demo. So this is a test group only at the moment. All right, coming over to Eagle Deluxe. Yeah, if you wanted to use any other Chastity app, would we support the lock on logs by pin? So Eagle Deluxe, let's say this. You seem very committed to directly soldering to your PCB. Do it. LFG. I think that if you have a good idea and you want to implement it, the easiest thing, how could I get you what you want? Today, zero effort. You can use the API that exists. I will show you what I mean. So if you go to docs.researchanddesire.com, and you were to say, go to the docs for the dashboard, at the top here, you'll find information about the API. On the API, we do have a lock or unlock host endpoint. So if you do have a user account who has a lockbox and you do post to this endpoint with the correct payload, you can unlock and lock it. Meaning you have the capability, if you like, to create a personal app using your personal API key to lock and unlock your Chastity lockbox. You could go for it today. If you want something more complex, like you do really want to solder directly to that PCB, yeah, just let's say this. Send me a DM. DMs aren't great. Send support@researchanddesire.com a message. So we have a multi-way communication channel. The whole team sees it with what you want to do. If it's cool, then we'll like double down on your warranty. Like you could, if we like your idea enough, you could fucking destroy your lockbox with your cool idea and we'll just send you a new one. But get approval first. I'm keen that you're so keen to get into the nitty gritty. So we want to empower you. Here we go. Okay, let's do a little demo here. So what do we need to do? Let's go demo time. Demo, baby. Okay, so how do I log into this without seeing my passwords? We're just going to turn off Chrome for a sec, and I'm going to log into Chaster. Excuse me. And we're going to give you the full end-to-end experience. We're going to catch any bugs as they appear. Just kind of be aware of what the issues are as they stand. And that way we can develop together, keep moving forward in the best possible direction. I don't see my other browser. Where are you? Madame? Madame? That's so interesting. Because I have the popover chat for Twitch, I don't see my other profile. That's okay. There it is. That is not it. Got it. Okay, almost there, folks. We're just gonna log into Chaster as soon as I remember my password. Da-da-da-da. All right, that's very interesting. This is one of those things where like I'm suddenly having a weird tech issue and I'm on a call with so many tech people. And I guarantee if I just shared my screen with this weird tech issue I'm having, everyone would just hop right in and be so stoked to help. But like in that way where, as I'm a tech person, I get it. You kind of feel like proud if you solve it and it's something easy. I wish I could do that though. There are passwords on screen and I cannot find my Chaster one and my keyboard's not working. Yikes. Why? So strange. Let's try going over here. All right. MacBook, what's going on, man? You're having a day. There it is. Okay, there we go. Cracking open my password manager. Chastity app, baby. Hmm. So it's not a big risk, but it's a fun, moderate risk. Being on stream, logging into things, there's always the potential that I'm just gonna like flash you all of my end files or like my secrets or something. I did a sweep before going on stream. I always do a sweep, just make sure everything's on local, there's no like tricks and bits. But especially for this demo, we're gonna be working in prod for a while. I will reconfigure to be on local, but yeah, the risk is ever present. It is definitely there. So heads up. Heads up, AJ. All right, and I will, while screen is off, log into my dashboard. Yes. Okay, let's try again. Okay. Hey, good morning, Spuppet. How you doing? Good to see you. You missed perhaps just the intro here where I caught everyone up, but we are going to continue with the awesome live pattern drawing. That will probably be Monday. Ooh, and I have a very fun, awesome thing for Monday as well. Uh, yeah, I'll tease it right now, but before I get to that tease, we're gonna start increasing the frequency of streams. I think it's been a very good way to just work with the community. Ooh, you made your own lockbox. Eagle Deluxe. Well done. Great job. If you're not in, actually, Eagle, are you in Kinky Makers? You should be. But yeah, jumping back, Spuppet. Don't worry, pattern drawing is going to come back. We're just going to increase frequency of streams and make sure that everyone's involved. Today, though, it's Chaster, trying to keep the Chastity folks caged as often as possible. Here we go. So, let's make sure this is the correct one. And once I am good to go, I will share my Chrome tab again. Device and Lockbox, where are you? Okay, Lockbox is booting. Let's take a peep. Good. More streams, more awesome. Well, thank you so much, Puppet. I truly appreciate your feedback and the fact that you've been here so much. It means the world. For real. Thank you. Okay, syncing lock state. Is it this box? I'm just not sure which account I signed this one up to, so I gotta like jump back and forth a little. The problem with being me in this moment is I have too many branches, too many test boxes, too many PCBs on too many accounts. I am spread across our product. Yeah, no worries, Puppet. Yeah, just like pop in if you want, hang out, just leave me on in the background. Somebody told me once that I have a bedtime voice, so fall asleep. As you like. Hey, Vipers. Yeah, thanks so much. Okay. Or Vipel. Vipely? I think I'm gonna go with Vipely RS, but maybe just Vipely. I do secretly hope the RS stands for RuneScape. That's the dream. Okay, I think we're good to go. I think we're logged in a sufficient number of places. If you're willing to share, I'm curious what it stands for. Okay, here we are. So this is the state. Stands for redstone. Yeah, redstone. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I forgot. I'm an old man. RuneScape is old man stuff. Redstone is, I mean, modern, sure. but eventually is going to become an old person thing. LFG. I've got my lockbox here connected to production. Still got to change his name. Yeah, gotcha. Can you change? I think you can change easily on Twitch, but only once every 6 months or something. I don't remember. Okay, let me catch up here. We're going to walk through a demo of the current state. This could be broken because it is only accessible by a group of test users and has not met production yet, so it's not been production tested. So step one, let's go into access the application. We have no locks inside of Chaster. We're going to create a lock. And we are going to, well, let's call it a test lock. We're going to add our extension. The extension is going to be the research and desire lockbox. So you'll see it's test here. This means that for many of you, if you were to come in and look for this extension right now, you would not find it. It is a limited audience. Okay, I have added it. Did I add it? There it is. The second thing users must do, which is again slightly inconvenient, is they must click on configure, which opens this. This page allows you to see which account you've linked Chaster to. So I have, okay, I've linked it to my other account, which means I'm going to have to log out and log back in. It also checks if you have a lockbox on your account, and it polls frequently to see if things have changed. I'm going to change the behavior there, but not before production. Oh, you won't confirm or deny. I mean, leave me on your nightstand. That's so cute. Hell yeah. Honestly, I'm down. You put me on your nightstand every single night. I'm in. All here for it. All right, let's see here. So the Chrome is going off again. We're going back to password land. Tiny AJ figurine. That's funny. I mean, sure. What would that look like? I'll tell you what, if you make it, I'll do a limited print series. We'll sell like 30 of them and I'll hand sign. I'm going to be in Toronto visiting the team for about 2 weeks. So if somebody makes a AJ figurine, we'll 3D print it full color and send it to you for free. And then we'll sell them and give you like 50% of the profits. I haven't approved that with anyone, but I'm sure they'll be cool with it. So if you're in the mood, Ashley, LFG. And it says Ashley Redstone, but the previous messages didn't change. So I assume that's still Vipely. But now Ashley, chill. All right. Okay, Chrome off, log out, different account. There we go. Chrome back on. So the state over here is it says we do not have a lockbox paired. That's okay. So we're going to go over to the dashboard. And right, because I have to do a device takeover. When I pair this lockbox, it will say accurately, you cannot, it's already paired. Let's take a look though. Yeah, that's the case. So step one is, oh, so sorry, folks. AJ is going to go into a hidden browser, jump into the database, and nuke the pairing for this device. I am going over here. You can't see me. Into the database. LFG. All right, looking for lockbox in production. Actually, we'll go by I'm gonna go by auth email. I think I'm user ID 3, but we switched to UUIDs, so I have to like dig around. It's just fun to know that I'm UUID or like ID number 3. I made the database, so it doesn't count, but hey. 1 and 2 are also me, to be clear. So I kind of have both, but okay, into public schema. There's nothing super proprietary about this schema info. I just don't want to share the data on screen for obvious reasons. Okay, let's go with profile now. Just gotta dig through and find the user. Or perhaps I can even simpler. Let's give you a quick band. Hello, where are you? It always shocks me, like the amount of how do I manage from a pop-out? But the amount of spamming we get for being such a small stream is just crazy to me, you know? It's not an insane amount, but cool. Band. See a missing Chrome. Because yeah, we're on a lot of platforms. We have Discord. Discord being the biggest. Oof, nowhere near the amount of spam as what I see on Twitch. It must be that there isn't good auto control. So spammers come to Twitch, like they're drawn to it because it's easy to disseminate information here. I know, literally every stream, every stream. Like we peak at 10 because we're a pretty weird technical niche. And so even at like peak 10, getting one spammer is insane to me, just statistically, you know? All right, going in, devices, and just unpairing. Okay. Okay. That's not bound, no problem. Okay, let's do that. E, B, A, F. Device paired. When we come back here, we see paired lockbox on Chaster is good to go. So save changes. That means that we have set up the ability to do two-way communication. This is the only way to get bi-directional communication between researchanddesire.com and chaster.app. That is to add the extension and configure it by logging in, the way I've just done. Now, I didn't show you the login part or the account pairing part, but it's relatively simple. It'll just be a button on that configure page that gets you to log in on researchanddesire.com, adding your Chaster information into the database. Set. Okay, let's go through. This no longer matters. Ideally, if we get in touch with the team over at, and I'll see your message there in a second here, but if we get in touch with the team at chaster.app, then we can ask them to put in base config, like a default config for the lockbox. We want to make sure that we have our system already in place, so they see it's proven, and then we have months of stability. We know that in the last, what was it, a few months, we had one significant outage due to a security update. These are the kinds of things we want to make sure are not present when we start these negotiations, so we'll just chat as that goes. Okay, let's go. Create the lock. All right, awesome. And boom, the device just locked. So on Chaster, I was able to lock for 1 hour. And on researchanddesire.com, we have, when I go home, a 1 hour lock started. Started from Chaster. Okay. So a demo, baby. Before I get into this, we're just going to take a note of what we saw, and then I will come back to you there, Eagle. Today, we saw account linking on Chaster through app, through the Chaster app called Research and Desire. Lockbox. Okay. We saw device linking through that app. Essentially just the configuration. We saw AJ start a test lock for 1 hour. And the lockbox did, in fact, lock as a result of that. Okay, perfect. Awesome. This is a locked lockbox controlled by Chaster. Let's find the holes, because there are holes here. So the things that we want to check, or will be checking, will be what happens with boats, what happens with brakes, what happens when you abandon, what happens when you, right, we have to be careful here. We have a couple origins. When the origin is Chaster, that is a vote on Chaster. A vote on Chaster increases time on RD end lockbox. A break on Chaster breaks on RD and lockbox. And abandon on Chaster. I mean, this is going to be very boom, 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 boom. This is the kind of bullet point list you could fall asleep to. An abandon on Chaster abandons on RD and lockbox. Complete lock on Chaster completes on RD and lockbox. We should clarify here a vote up and vote down to increase and decrease the time. And a configuration change on Chaster and RD syncs to RD and Chaster at lockbox. Great. We'll start with this direction. However, there is a similar set of statements for origin origin RD, and a similar set of statements for origin lockbox. Let me grab a little bit of water. Take a look what you're saying there, Eagle. I'll respond to you. Just give me a sec. Okay. The fail on DTT adds 1 hour, but I use public templates and don't want to add 1 hour on Lockbox. How can I turn off that it adds 1 hour? Let's take a look here. So you have a failure on the trainer and your failures are adding to your Lockbox time. There should be a setting that you can control inside of the templates for the deep throw trainer. Let me just confirm, take a quick peek. Pass fail condition. Is the setting not where I think it is? The setting is very possibly on the templates for lockboxes. Let's go into edit. Yeah. Condition for finishing the lockbox session: allow the lock to end the session early by completing the specific number of deep throw training time. But this is not the fail condition. Where is the fail condition configured? Okay, Eagle, I'm going to ask that you send a message to support@researchanddesire.com or submit. Okay, I'm gonna provide, since you are all here, I'm just going to introduce something a little early. This isn't going to be information I distribute very broadly, but if you go into the Discord, this is the Research and Desire Discord, and if you submit a ticket by saying, so it has to be a non-urgent ticket. For all urgent tickets, I want you to go to support@researchanddesire.com. But on the Discord, if you go in anywhere and do the /bug report command and submit it immediately, a cursor agent is going to spin up and check to see if it's something it can resolve. Right now, it is not resolving bugs on physical hardware. It's only resolving bugs on the dashboard. So in your specific case, Eagle, if you want to be a little sneaky, you want to get your bug addressed a little early, then do go submit a bug report via the Discord bot, and an agent will pop up and attempt in the background without you knowing to resolve that issue before I even touch it. Everyone here can do that. You're all welcome. This works for feature requests as well as bug reports that are considered non-urgent and on the dashboard. The reason I'm not going to publicly broadcast that via notification or in the Discord channels just yet is obviously it's ripe for abuse. We have a limited budget, but anyone who can hear me right now has permission to go make those kinds of tickets and try to get their features into production. These do not immediately enter production, to be clear. If you were to say, ask this bot to make your feature, it will create it into a branch into staging as a pull request. So I have to review it and then merge it into staging, test it in staging, and then merge it into production. So it's still not a guarantee. That said, give it a shot, Eagle. I would love to see how you interact with that. Let me know if you have any questions. Cool. Okay, coming back here. Demo, baby. All right, origin RD, same thing. So a vote on RD is synced to Chaster and Lockbox, up and down. A break on RD. We're just going to be explicit. Like if it starts on researchanddesire.com, it will sync, is synced to Chaster and Lockbox, and abandon, same thing. We're just going to be a little bit more brief. And abandon on RD, same thing. Let's check them all and see what passes and what fails. Okay. A complete on RD and a configuration change. Dot, 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 dot. Okay. Origin lockbox. What events can occur on a lockbox? So, you can abandon, you can start a break. We'll state these ones. Abandon on LKBX, syncs to Chaster and RD. The caveat is when online. The trick is we do have to consider the offline state. You can abandon online and offline. Break on LKBX, syncs to Chaster and RD when online. And the other thing we should say is we should probably modify the flow a little bit. I just want to confirm here, because can you initiate a lock end on device? Technically, exclusively. Like technically that's exclusively true. We provide a timer to the ESP32, to the chip, and then it monitors when the time is up. And compares that time against the NTP or the government level clock. We don't have to do this. We could just do a check. If you're online, check to see if we're unlocked by hitting the server. That might be a slightly better flow. I just want to confirm here. Things get a little bit messy when you have to consider the conditions on all three services simultaneously. There will be many raised condition edge cases that we cannot resolve today. So we're just going to focus on the big ones. And our objective is to kind of have an understanding of the state. Okay. Thinking. Hmm. Let's take a moment, get some fluids, shake out the spiders, get the snow off, the old brain. Oh boy. Oh boy. Not related. Does anyone watch Dropout TV? Hmm. It's my go-to show right now. I grew up on College Humor with Jake and Amir, and one of the writers from that show, he ended up buying it and rebranding, essentially purchasing College Humor, um, by starting a very successful sub show called Dropout TV. But now it's this big thing. It's like essentially the brief is it's improv comedy. Cool, great, but it's also Dungeons and Dragons, and it's like these creative experiments. Um, hmm, Game Changer is the good example. Every single show is different, and that means they do things that totally suck, like really flop. But I love people who take risks in creative spaces and do something that isn't necessarily good or consumable by large audiences. It's very satisfying. Fills my creative well. So I do recommend Dropout TV, and the 18th of May should be their new series of Game Changer. Uh, Not a sponsor, to be clear. That would be hilarious, though. All right, chill. Let's go. Account linking on Chester through the Chester app. Da-da-da. Okay, let's go. A vote on Chester increases the lock. So we are currently locked. Let's go find our Chester lock here. Did we enable public voting? I don't think we did. Verifications, lock history, extensions. I do not see it, but we will just increase our time. So we're going to add 1 hour. And I will click this button in a moment. I want to see if I can give you a different camera. Let me also do, what's the best way? You can't see this. There's no way you can. So you're going to have to trust me, and I'm going to set up a better cam for you in the future. Or I just scooch forward. Let's scooch. I want you to see it. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Okay. LG, 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 scooch, scooch, and scooch, scooch, scooch. Perfect. Bo, 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 bo. 2, 3. Let's build a tower of tape. And let's build a bridge of tape. Bridge of book. Bink. There it is. Hello, sir. That's it, just going to sleep. Okay, if I were to add an hour, what happens? Okay, did it go up? No, I can't see it, but you can. I'll have to peek. Yeah, okay, it did go up. So Chastity adding time definitely does work. Can I subtract time? Not through this dialog. That's okay. To do that every time you want to focus. So let's do a quick check here. So a configuration change is what we're going to treat that as. So on Chastity, if I do a config change, does it sync? If it appears on the lockbox, we will assume that it does appear on R&D, so we don't have to confirm that, but we can check. Current lock time is, yeah, the same. So 2 hours. We'll go back and forth here to confirm. It matches, and it is dim for power saving, but it matches. Great. Hell yeah. Sure. Come here, fella. See if you can get both of us in focus. Perhaps not. It's optimism. Great optimism. With great optimism comes great responsibility. Is that the quote? Chill. So let's get an emoji. Let's get the check emoji because I don't know the Unicode for it. Yes, please. And paste. No, thank you. Thank you. There we go. So increased time. Yeah, we saw increased time work. We're happy. Okay, let's see what else. If I were to abandon this so that I could, yeah, let's archive. Is archive the same as ending? Let's find out. Yeah. Let's desert this lock. Okay. Yeah, there she is. So she is unlocked. We will add this to our list. An abandoned lock does abandon. Say desert, just in case there's a different type of abandon. Let's go back in here and we're going to create a self lock, test block. We want to allow hygiene opening. We're going to say regularity is every after unlocking yourself, you'll have to wait this duration before you can unlock yourself again. 1 minute is great for testing. Time allowed, we'll say 15 minutes, good for testing. Penalty, we will say is, let's just keep it to, let's keep it to 10 minutes so that it's reasonable if I don't want to just keep making new ones. I can just wait 10 minutes. Yes, let's allow, nope, let's require verification before opening, request verification picture after opening. We're gonna not implement those just yet. Those are not prepared. Let's go through. We are not going to do these yet, but we'll take a look. Let's for sure add the research and desire lockbox. And let's check config. You should not need to configure it every time. It should just work. After the first config, if you do have issues, you'll have to reconfigure, but it should be stable. Generate combination, create lock. And we want public voting, right? Now here's the thing. Share links. This is for voting, correct? Yes, thank you. Configure, we're just going to say units of 5. Ah, so fun. I'm going to give you all access to vote on my lock. Let's do that. That's cute. LFG. We should test this number of visits required feature, but for now we're going to keep it simple, simple. Again, if it's on Chaster, the thing we care about is just that the lock unlock and syncs work for now, and there will be many other things we want to perfect in the future. Okay, I think that's sufficient. It's a test lock with voting. Let's create it. Okay, we're locked. Let's check the time. Keep making sure we're good. Bink. Focus on that, dude. Not me. Did he do it? Ah, he did it. Okay, I just gotta hide my little face. Maybe I gotta go like this. That's not working. Okay, okay. I can also just really, really get close. That's not functional. We'll figure this out. I think I just need a second camera for this, for the box. All right, folks, let's get some public voting going. So I'm going to pass you my link. Share links. All right, I'm going to pop this into chat in Twitch. If somebody could give me a vote, that'd be fun. Let's see what happens. Should wake up if somebody votes on me, but can I vote on myself? I cannot. I'm going to open a new tab in a different browser. I think it's going to be IP address synced, so I don't think I can deal with this. So I will need somebody to vote on me. We're going to try. If I go here, can I vote? You voted. And no change, huh? I didn't see a change come through. Let's take a peek. So you voted to increase, I think. And what's our time currently on the device? Because maybe that's our first bug. Well, actually, no, it matches perfectly. Shit. I just didn't hear it. Okay, chill. It's frustrating I didn't hear it. I would have liked a little notification on that. Let's go check on Research and Desire on the dashboard. Let's just go see our lock state and look at our history to see if there's a Chaster user voted sort of thing. So it's 32 minutes, which is good. Lock confirmed. Here, I do not see any history of a vote, which is interesting. Not on researchanddesire.com. However, I did see the time change. Unless I'm insane. Luckily, this is recorded, so I can go double check. But if anyone else can vote, it would be huge. Or if anyone has a VPN. I can't VPN right now and I can't grab my phone because my phone is the camera and VPN means you lose me for like 30 seconds. So if you have a VPN there, Eagle, and you're willing to give me another vote, perhaps a downvote this time, that'd be exceptional and truly appreciated. In the interim, what could I do? I'm going to try like a classic elementary school thing, and I'm just going to open another tab and look for like a browser-based VPN with all those so terrible ads, and 100% chance that they're like using your computer CPU to Bitcoin mine or something. Okay, let's check. Or DDoS some other server. I don't know. Let's check here. Where could I go for like an online VPN? Not quite. God, it wasn't called VPNs. It was like a internet routing, like a rerouting service. What's that called? Rerouting website to bypass uh, elementary school firewall. This is literally what I'm imagining. A firewall in high school. Like this is what I used to do, right? What was that called, man? Yeah, let's check. Like an IP bypass. You voted again. Up or down? I don't see a change. Are you seeing a change, by the way, Eagle? So right now it's still 130. You voted down. And I configured it for 5 minutes. I expected the vote down to be then like 125. Oh, it is 125. Is this 125? Okay, it's just like this isn't live. That's all. This one, like ours is, but the Chaster isn't. So I was just looking at it and I was getting disappointed for no reason. Oh, okay, chill. All right, well, votes up and down seem to be working just fine. Great. We have, excuse me, evidence of this. So votes up and down. We will say good to go, good to go. Up, down, chill, chill. Appreciate you. All right, let's attempt. This is the place where I know we have an issue remaining, and it's been the blocker for a little bit. Is just the break on Chaster, breaks on Research and Desire and Lockbox. The issue is just memory based, but we did a big memory upgrade, so we're going to reevaluate this state. Before that, what is the appropriate thing to do? Let's let's get an easy win. Let's keep our egos high because we're getting a lot of victories right now. Let's go check the complete lock. So what I'm going to do is I cannot change this time, but we will desert this lock. Yeah, let's go ahead and desert. Archive, desert, chill, chill. Unlocked, thank you. We will create a lock. We will make this a let's say 2-minute lock. Between 1 and 2 minutes. Test lock, thank you. Extension. Lockbox. Oops. Oh, right. It appears in the different location down here. My bad, my bad. All right, no public voting this time. Enabled. Great. Let's go. Locked. And we're just going to hang out with this. And we'll watch on stream as well. Let's go, pretty cam. Ba-bum. Bong. Bing. Let's keep my thumb here. Boop, 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 boop. Watching you. 46 seconds. The most riveting 46 seconds in the world. Oh, hey, hey. Yeah, focus on that. No. Bad camera. It should wake up once it gets closer. And that's the hope. Yeah. Last 30 seconds, it'll stay awake. Almost there. Here we go. 12, 11. I want you to see both. They're both synced. It's kind of great. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So we have one deviation. Yeah, how does it wake up from sleep? I'll tell you all about that. Just give me a second here. Just going to track. We have one deviation, but we are going to give ourselves a check for a complete lock does complete. And let's go see what's going on over here. Research and desire just says 100%. So the, it's not dessert, sorry, it is complete. And the, what's like a yellow thing? Yellow emoji, like a sun. No, that's boring. Give me a sun. I'm down. This, which is partial, is Chaster does a ready to unlock, and we do an instant unlock. So perhaps we should synchronize with them and do the ready to unlock equivalent. I'm going to come back to you here and read your question. So, does the ESP32 wake up from sleep when time end? I'm wondering because I put my device to sleep and woke up to it unlocked. Yes, that is correct. So it is instructed to wake up. I believe it's if it's in deep sleep, I think it's instructed to wake up 5 minutes before the end, just so that it can attempt to make Wi-Fi connections and sync, like pull down any changes. If it is in light sleep, or what I call pseudo sleep, essentially just a low power saving mode that is not the same as deep sleep, then it will wake up 30 seconds before the end, because it is actually maintaining active Wi-Fi connection. Let me confirm that. Just trying to recall pseudo sleep's differences. Pseudo sleep turns off perifs. It is not using ESP32 light sleep. If pseudo sleep occurs when your device is plugged in, and in pseudo sleep it does maintain a Wi-Fi connection while the screens are off. In your case, what I think exactly happened is you probably had it unplugged near your bed, beside your bed or something. It did enter its longer term sleep mode with the instruction to wake up 5 minutes before the end of the lock, trying to pull down that extra information, see if anything changed remotely, if it can connect. And if it cannot connect, it just trusts the unlock time that it has on its on the device. So yes, is the answer. Is that a feature you want or no? Would you prefer that when you woke up it said, "Are you ready to unlock?" just like Chaster? Or are you cool with the fact that it wakes up and unlocks by itself? Also, a thing that I'm just thinking here is I wish there was more dopamine when it unlocked. Like, I wish there was a, I don't know, a little fireworks animation or something, you know? But we'll focus on that in a second. You're happy with it? Good to hear. Thank you, Eagle. Okay, so we will say that this partially complete or like different thing is not a problem today. So the last thing we have to check where we had an issue before that blocked us from entering production was the brakes on Chaster, brake also on R&D and Lockbox. So let's give that a go. And then we'll check our other workflows and just see what's up. So we have this going on here. This is interesting. 100% 1 hour ends. Huh. So on research and desire, we do have an issue. After completion, there seems to be an edge case where, although we're complete, there is still a countdown here. What's going on if I refresh? Oh, huh. Just a weird UI state, I suppose. Okay, we will hold for the moment. Chill. Ready to unlock. Let's do it. Interesting. Oh, this is actually definitely going to be a failure point. Let's give this a shot. Your lock is ready to open. Do you want to add more time? Let's see what happens. I think this is going to fail right now. Let's add 5 more minutes. Yeah. What just happened? Let's see. This would be certainly. Ooh, okay. First break. Let's go with a red X emoji. So Eagle Deluxe, I think that if Chaster is enabled, I think actually we're going to have to, in all cases, to make life easy, align with Chaster on this one. In all cases, it'll show a message saying, your time is up. Are you ready to unlock? But it will keep you locked until you click, yes, I'm ready. That's so that, specifically, in the case where you complete a lock on Chaster, and then in the completed lock modal, you click on add more time, it continues. Basically, the X here is that in the completed lock modal, if you click on add more time, nothing happens because the session is complete. Okay, first issue. Good, good, good. Okay. Out of curiosity, if I did do pull from Chaster, failed to refresh your Chaster token. Interesting. We will note this as a bug as well. Time. Don't show again. Okay, we'll note this. We have an X here. So sync Chaster button. I'll read your message there in just 1 second. Sync Chaster button. Fails to get refresh token. Yeah. Yeah, add more time. Yeah, where the individual, I see what you're saying. So you're requesting equal that on the inside of the product. Yes, good request. I will make sure that I write this down and I want your confirmation. So you're asking that if you complete a lock in R&D, oh no, if you're just in a lock as the lockee, you can add time at any point. On any lock. Even a test or not. Okay, I do want to encourage you to try out the feature here. So I'm going to crack open Discord. It's not a screen I'm sharing at the moment because I'm just making sure I'm sharing the limited number, the minimum number of screens. But what I would like you to try, Eagle, if you're in the mood for it, is just go into any single chat. Where would this end up? Just want to make sure I know where it's going to end up so I can direct you. Da-da-da. Yeah, so go into any single chat and type in our Discord, in the Research and Desire Discord, /request feature. Truly any channel will be okay. And you can start typing out that request in detail. This, again, not to be broadcasted publicly to the mainline channels, but just those who are here. If you watch this on YouTube or if you're inside of this channel right now, please just keep this into this little secret niche of folks who are hyper invested. But yes, if you were to do request feature, it is a prompt. It is a prompt that will attempt to contribute code into production for the dashboard. Super experimental. If you were to ask the AI to build that feature and you were sufficiently clear, it would build a pull request that I need to review this week into staging. And then in our 4 times per month releases into production, it would enter our QA process and we'd see if it goes forward. I would love to see how you use that. Yes, that's correct. So the second that you write it, in the background, a cursor agent will spin up a dev environment for our project. It will read your request, look at the code using the latest AI, specifically Opus 4.7, max context, to attempt to implement your request. Correct. Give it a shot. It's doing it once per day for the backlog. So to make sure we don't get flooded, it reads the backlog of triage tickets once per day and attempts to keep up. If you can note for me which ticket exactly, then I will just force it to run that one right now. We'll see what happens. Okay. All right. Moving forward here, I'm just going to focus in. I do like this request. I'm just going to put it elsewhere and make sure that I am not losing track of the goal. We want to make sure we understand the minimum requirements to get things working for Chaster into production. And keep your idea on the right, though. Okay, so 2 issues, no problem. Let's attempt a break. So let's go over here. We're focusing in on just the dashboard. We're ready to unlock. Let's unlock my device. Hell, it's already unlocked, so it should not cause any problems. Let's refresh, make sure we're good to go. Unlocked. Okay, let's go. Let's create a lock. Yeah, I would like to archive lock. Thank you. Let's create a lock. Let's keep it to a reasonable time so that we can also continue to test other features like the unlocking, which we believe is working. Let's do hygiene opening, which we want to keep to very, very, very reasonable amounts. Not this, that's insane. 1 minute is perfect. Time allowed is 15 minutes, and penalty for time exceeded, we are just going to say is 5 minutes. We'll go to 10 minutes so that it is obvious as it increments. So save changes, good to go. Add extension, research and desire. Lockbox. Add perf. We'll go confirm or config. Users will not need to. We are not users. Okay, good. Save changes. Nothing is different. Let's go. Generate a combination. Sure. All right. LFG. Thank you so much. 1996. I will force the AI to start that one today. I will do it on call, in fact. Let me take note here. Okay. Now on dashboard, temporarily unlock yourself. Careful, next action in 31 seconds. Okay, no worries. We'll just hang out with it. Let's see here. Just checking everything. 17 seconds. Nearly there. Yeah, you get some of our fluids. Mhm. Ah, it's my protein drink of choice. All right, here we go. This is where we had issues last time. So let's take a look. We're expecting that if I initiate temporary unlock here, it should unlock this device and enter the hygiene break mode. This is production code. Let's find out. Okay. Oh, yeah. So this is the remaining issue that's significantly impacting us, is it did not unlock. So this is the biggest thing, blocking us from entering production. I would say it's bigger than any other thing. Okay. The break on Chaster breaks on RD and Lockbox. No, it clearly flashes an unlock animation and then does not break. Okay. So this is our next big thing. I think in order of delivery requirements, if we go and fix these three issues, we could confidently release into production in our next release. So we do 4 releases per month. These release days per product are always on Fridays, and it depends on the number of changes staged. If there are not changes, we do not release. If there are a few changes, we may not release. And if there's a lot of changes, we're going to release after thorough review, of course. So these could enter the next release for the lockbox. And then we will work on the RD sync, and then we do the origin lockbox items. That is the approach we'll take. We'll keep some of the modals inside of this platform to say, hey, this is early. Do you have any feedback? What are the issues? Let's work on them. But for now, it's very clear. Okay. What am I thinking? So first thing I need to know is what was the exact error that occurred? What did we receive? The way I receive that is going to be to go look at the logs and to pull those down. I'm going to do a time check here. So I have about an hour and a half. So in the next hour and a half, we're going to try to resolve these issues. That's that. Their objective. The biggest one that we're going to focus on is the brakes. The completed modal, we'll try. The sync Chaster button hopefully becomes redundant, no longer required. In fact, it was only there because we were having some issues with bidirectional sync. I believe that is now more or less resolved. So let's do this. In the interim, I'm just going to go kick off the agent for RAD 1996. Let's make that happen for you. So I'm going to do this in a frame that you can't see, but I will show you the result, and we'll take a look together. I'm just going to, every time I show this, I'm going to reiterate that this is a pretty cautious thing that I've introduced. So if you hear this, you know about it. And if you don't hear this, you don't know about it. Don't share it generally with the public yet. Give me a couple of weeks to see how it feels. So far, I like it quite a bit. Having the AI agent immediately address these problems as people raise them. So I'm off screen at the moment, just clicking into our remote cursor agent. And I'm going to ask him to spin up and work immediately on 1996. Okay, so from staging, using Opus 4.7, please resolve the issue associated with feature request. RAD 1996. Awesome. test cases to cover. Great. Okay, so that's kicked up. It is running. I'm going to, while I'm in here, check our automations to make sure that because I was surprised, in fact, that the automated agent didn't pick up 1996. So I'm going to go make sure that this agent is instructed to also look at feature requests. Okay, open triage tickets, and go here, look at the triage. Da-da-da. Has been implemented. Close the ticket if it's no longer relevant. If this is for hardware, do not touch it. Great, great. And we're going to go back to running often. I'm going to say one. Okay, let's change. I apologize, just off the screen now, trying to get things set. So the cron job is continuing to run at a higher frequency. All right, done deal. All right, there it is. So RAD 1996 is underway. We have the cloud agent running. And what I will do is on call, on stream. Yeah, I'll show you whatever preview environment it sets up. If it's good, you can review it. And in the future, as you make requests, you should expect that they will enter our pull request review process as if they were made by a community contribution. The dashboard is not something today that we can open source. If that is a deep interest of the community, it's something that we can discuss. It would require refactoring for some security purposes, but it's possible. Today, this is the cleanest way to allow people to have kind of a through line into the product. All right, back to this. Biggest one here, biggest issue is break on Chaster. We're going to work on that. I'm going to take 5, grab a little more coffee, maybe grab a little water, and then we're gonna work on this. I have precisely 1 hour 15 minutes left until I must leave. So we're gonna get the breaks solved in this. Oh, why does it scroll up like that? That's crazy. Can I change the anchor point? Insane. Chill. No worries. All right, so here's what's up. Let's resolve the biggest issue. Let's change that. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is AJ needs 5. BRB. Awesome. Okay, just gonna mute the mic, and I will see you very, very, very shortly. All right, we're back. So here we are. We're at this state. So first things first, let's grab a log during a hygiene break. You should also see our remote logs, which I won't be able to show you on screen. It requires logging into a sensitive portal, but I can show you. I can show you device logs. Let's do that. So tools, web flasher. We're just going to connect to. It's called USB JTAG, and we're not flashing, of course, but you might have seen this and ignored it. If you've never gone to the web flasher, no problem. But right here, console and logs. Yeah, you can see, to be honest, a pretty verbose set of statements for what's going on device. Let's attempt now. Let's complete this log. Let's abandon. What requirement? Not. Okay. Settings. Archive desert. Yeah, we're unlocked anyway, which is interesting. So it requires, our device does not require that you're online for an unlock to occur. This one does. Okay, so Chaster does require, because I'm just thinking through this. How do we want to approach this? If we force the device to be online only, life is so easy. But it breaks one of our tenets at this company, which is that you should be able to play in the middle of a forest. Like, if you can play in the woods, great. No internet, then done. This is a good product. But we cannot then require you to be online for an unlock to occur. Interesting problem. We'll have to address this. Let's keep going. So we want to capture logs. Here we are. We got our logs running in the background. We're going to set very small lock. Boom, boom, boom. 5 minutes. In fact, can I create a shared log? Up, up, up. Up, up, up. I'm gonna make it like a 2-minute, 3-minute lock. Chill. We're gonna say this is a limit the number of time. I wanted to make it a test lock. It's okay. 1 minute, every 1 minute you can do this. Max time allowed is 15 minutes. That's fine. And then added time is going to be 10 minutes for visibility. Great. Here, that's good. Add extension. That is search and desire. Good. I was worried I could not add a lock like that, or a test extension. Okay. Confirmed. Our configuration is good. And must contact me before loading the lock. No. Password? No, that's fine. Save the lock. So we have AJ test. This is the lock. I could distribute this link, but the thing is you don't have access to the extension. Even if you were to pull this link, I don't think it'd do anything good for you. You're welcome to attempt, but I'm not going to paste it just so there's no confusion. Okay. Hygiene opening. All is set. Yeah, save. Let's just use it. Can I just lock with this lock? View the lock page. What? I gotta be premium to lock from a template? That's insane. Oof. Sure. Restore draft. Oof. All right, hygiene opening. Down, down, down. 1 minute. 15 minutes. Who cares? But let's keep it reasonable. 10 minutes. Can I type? No. 10 minutes. Thank you. Save. Love it. Okay, generate a combination. I have to add my extension. It's always a little A little annoying, but that's okay. Add. Love it. Check configure, because why not? Bing, bing, to green. Save changes, baby. There we go. Test lock. Sure, confirmed. Let's go. Create the lock. Lock created. Huh? You were locked for 0 minutes. Oh, God. Okay. I get it. What did I do wrong? Yeah, unlock my lock. Archive lock. Thank you. Create a lock. What did I do wrong? That's so funny. 2 minutes. Test lock. Hygiene opening. This does just mean I'm going to get premium. Because this is very annoying. 15 minutes, 12 hours. Boom, 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 boom. Penalty is 10 minutes. Save changes. Good to go. Okay, we want the research and desire lockbox. I don't know how much premium is for this product. That's on them. Save changes. Generate. Let me know if you find out. Okay, we should be real now. And are we collecting logs? I mean, yes. Remaining length. Chill. Let's pull a reset here. So I'm going to reset device. Reboot. Booting up. Or she is. Connecting. Pairing code. Okay. I actually wanted to clear the logs, if I'm being honest. So we're just going to go back and then click on logs again. That's what I really wanted to do. There we are. Clear slate. So we're going to create this lock. It's 2 minutes long. We received data. We've saved session state. We've entered locking. Good stuff. We have a timer running. Everything is good. We received this data. We should confirm what this is, but as long as it's not breaking, we'll temporarily pause on that. We are going to then hygiene opening. Next action, 30 seconds. So we're going to read for 30 seconds. Excuse me. Okay, just reading through our message. We have some test logs that have entered production, worth noting. Those have to be removed. I'll just put a little note for myself now. This debug log must die. Okay, and before we lose our lock, because I made it too short, in fact, can I just add a little time? Yes, please. Set like 10 minutes. Confirm. Yeah, 10 minutes added. Let's go. Okay. There we go. We got some time. Let's go into hygiene opening. Let's in fact just go look at our messages. We get invalid message. €10. Thank you. So Chaster is €10 a month for premium. So emergency end, session ID. Yeah, we received this data. We're getting invalid message type, which was to be direct, I mean, it's a interesting error to see. We have no error on screen or on device. It's just interesting that it arose at all. I'm just going to take note of that little backlog item. Let's go. What did we receive now? Okay. Received data. Type. Sync is break. True. Lock end. Break end. These are floats. That's interesting. Setting idle. Lock start. And okay. I wonder if right here, why is this negative? First off, we should confirm. What is it writing here? NVS set key. I'm guessing it's key memory location value. Set string, for instance, would be key value. Here we have NVS set 1, cameras at 10%, FYI. We'll see how long that lasts. Takes a lot of effort to do its job right now. Okay. Break regularity 600. Let's confirm this. So we see, 600. So 8 must be position or memory size. What is up here? This is so concerning. Lock end, break end is coming through in a type that I don't believe is correct. And getting saved, I believe, into an invalid format. Let's confirm. Trying to send. Okay. Well, let's definitely download these logs. And what if there's a web-based code tool other than like vs.dev or something? Web-based code. LG, whatever. Just like a Notepad++ or something. Yeah. Can I just do it online? Whoa, ugly. All right. VS Code online. Open file from computer downloads. Let's download these logs. Let's take a look together. Okay, so we were somewhere around here where we started receiving those messages. Let's go look for break. Yeah, so right here, this is where it occurs. So let's just choose a reasonable point above and receive data locked. So let's just nuke everything above this. Just so we can find this again quick. Yeah, dude, save changes. Duh. Okay. So here, we're not going to run this obviously, but we'll put a breakpoint if I can. Just like some kind of flag. In IntelliJ, you can flag. Maybe you can't flag a line here. That's fine. Sync is break true. Lock end. Potentially wrong data type. Let's just note this. I think this is the wrong data type for break. Getting received, and then therefore getting saved incorrectly. Times are wrong format. Should not be decimal. Here's the thing, on either save or print, the wrong data type is showing up. It's not clear if it is save or print. So that is now an interesting thing. These logs are concerning. Let's go left. So we saved the session state with this lock end. Let's confirm. So did it parse? I mean, ends with 418. Let's confirm, did I read that right? Lock end. I mean, these are different lock ends. That's already annoying. Break end. Break end, break max, break reg. Lock start. Lock end. Interesting. Yeah, just a little servo. Little dumb servo. Like literally just electricity on, electricity off. We have a couple sensors in there to make sure we're not like driving it too hard into the wall. But I don't have the model number for you at the moment, but it's like imagine the cheapest servo around and go up 1 or 2 levels, and you've probably got just about the right device. Okay. So I see a potential reason why this occurred. Let's just check. Let's follow the state machine states. Just follow state logger. Task debug, creating and draw log task animation. Because yeah, what exactly happens? Let's go chase. We're chasing. You receive a break on line 115. And then you go from lock timer to locking. It's very interesting. Break start 0 is also wrong. It's very interesting. So it's as if, perhaps just from bad casting, because let's check break start. Break end should be in the future. Do I have a timestamp? No, I have milliseconds since start. But this is date time, I should remember. So we have, very simply, this should just be less than lock end. Okay, going from the top. 1. Am I crazy? Is this larger? Am I a fool? Huh. Why is break end after lock end? Okay, we'll just note that. Break end is after lock end. Question mark. Okay, potential data type issue, break max, break reg, duration. It's not used, is eonlock enabled. Basically, these are just config states. Is test lock true? Is time display true? Test record true? Cross permission, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Break start and break last are also not getting saved in this case. Yeah, we're just gonna capture all these logs. We're just gonna grab all this. We're gonna note all this. Here we go. Yeah, dude. WTF. And we're just gonna dig into the code, find that moment. I just want to make sure I understand everything else. So it saves the state, and then it goes lock timer to locking. So interesting. Because the locking state is its like generic gateway where it's like, okay, what am I in? What state am I in? And then it decides switching to timer right here. Crazy. So it saves state. Thank you for unlocking there, Mr. Box. And it queues up a new message to server stating, here's where I'm at. This is what I'm doing. Wow, wow, wow. break end. Hmm. So lock state break is just not getting respected right here. Okay, chill. And very strange that lock end or break end is in the future. Crazy. Not sure if that's before or after I increase the time, but I think it's after I increase the time. Box deleted. Interesting. Just reading through our messages. So these statements like is break is just determining if, oh, sorry. Statements like is break determines if the break is just enabled at all. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's fix a couple things. So first things first, need a clean way to test. Cleanest way to test is going to be to message directly against the server. That is not something I want to do on stream because I have to have the secrets displayed for a brief moment for this device. Every device has its own channel secrets. We'll have to log into the primary MQTT and then, which would reveal that's secrets, and then connect to this device. It has a specific channel, specific secrets, which we also don't want to reveal. So we're just going to say no. That won't happen. I could connect to dev and run against dev FQTT. That is okay. Let's just fix this issue first. Let's just do a blind fix. And I'm going to check my battery percent on camera 1. Hopefully it has just enough juice to keep going. If it doesn't, we're going to have to be a little clever. So quick check and time check. I have about 45 minutes or more, 7% battery, rough. What can I do? Well, all I can do is plug it in. Challenge here is I'm going to have to unplug it from my computer, which means it's trusting Wi-Fi for camera connection. You might see me pop in and off, on and off every now and then. Give me a sec. So, still good. No issues. We're going to find out. Let's see if we get more juice. Oh, we're going through a little bit more. All right. Thinking through it. And we're going to plug in. Just plug all my stuff in while I'm here. You, sir. You need a plug. And you need a plug. Everyone needs a plug. I'm gonna give this to him because he's hungry, and this to the light because he's less hungry. Okay, crack, crack. Just pausing for a moment while I think. That's all. Um, mm, let's see here. So inside of our lockbox repo, gonna be hanging out. Let's close all. Let's just do prep on our dev space. Go take a peek. Terminals run. Let's go. Let's go. LKBX. Okay, PIO run. Staging. Just going to confirm while I think a little, but staging should, I just got to wake to flash, but it's plugged in, so it shouldn't deep sleep. Staging should still receive events from production. Excuse the build errors. They're not errors, in fact, they're just warnings. Happy to talk about them, but maybe not at the moment. As long as staging receives events from production, then we can do these modifications without revealing anything sensitive on stream, and I should be able to carry forward. We'll do the brief test. but I believe that the issue is going to be isolated to just one spot. I believe that under the statement actions, which we saw over here, switching to timer after the parse of a break is causing the issue. I also think that we are probably not JSON parsing the format of messages correctly. So let's resolve both. It's underneath source. Let's search. All right. Hello. Are we not indexed? Let's just check main. Main exists. Okay. So it is indexed. What branch are we on? I'll let it finish building. Let's do another one. Okay, branch, integration tests. Okay. That's not the branch we want to be on, so let's just do status. Here, git stash. Forget about that stuff. This is one of those moments where I'm gonna have to do a dumb thing. Git switch dash C. I think that's the thing that branches off of origin and then also checks out. But let's just do git. Man, I gotta Google it. Checkout and switch to a new branch. Remote command line CLI. Git switch. Is that it? Oh, if name differs. Thank you. Okay. Well, I want to branch from it. Create and switch to the local version of the remote branch. I don't want to link. I want to branch off of it. Git. Git switch from origin / main into new local branch. It's one of those things I just got to remember, like, how long does the build time take every time? So the build time takes a long time on the first pass and then a short time on every subsequent pass. Well, now it's finally focusing on the dang box. Happy to describe why. So the simple reason, that's what I thought it was. Git switch dash C. I just lost confidence in myself. Okay. All right. So the reason it takes longer on the first pass is that if you are familiar with ESP32 coding, then you know that it's common for users to include Arduino in ESP32. Inside of Espressif. Let me zoom out one layer here to make sure I make this very clear. On ESP32, you can run two operating systems, if you'd like to think of it that way. The operating systems you could consider would be Espressif or Arduino. There are other options as well. Now we're going to keep using these terms. They might not be fully correct, but these operating systems have their own benefits. For Espressif, you have things like the free RTOS library, which does great task management and concurrency so well, like love it. Things like mutexes for shared resources on different threads. I mean, awesome. The Arduino library has its own benefits as well, such as compatibility with the broad Adafruit library, say for displays, string handlers, just like convenience functions that have been popularized. So what many people do is when they're building a ESP32 project, and what we have done at Research and Desire, is we've chosen to use the Espressif framework and then install Arduino as a package into that framework. This is really common. Actually, it's something you might not even know that you're doing. If you use Platform IO as your package manager, then if you were to define your chip to be ESP32 and your platform to be, I'll confirm the key term is platform, to be Arduino, then you're doing precisely that. You're saying, I want the Espressif operating system, and I want to install Arduino as a package. And it is, in fact, the word framework, not platform. So if your chip is, if your config is basically this, your chip is some ESP32, your platform is something like this, ESP30, Espressif 32, and your framework is something like Arduino only, then yeah, what happens, to be precise, is you pull an image of the Espressif operating system, which has been precompiled by Espressif, down onto your device, and then you install Arduino and compile Arduino as well as your libraries directly into it. If you choose to write comma ESP-IDF after the word Arduino for a framework, you do something different. Instead of taking Espressif's precompiled version of their operating system, you compile it yourself. This is great. It feels you have more control. You have the root level control that you would normally have if you were using ESP-IDF. This means that you could set the config variables for truly anything. You can open menu config by, let me just show you, this is not something you could do if you do not include or build the Espressif framework yourself, the operating system. But I could do pil ron-t menu config. Wrong location. Let's do it here. Nope. PIO run T menu config. And this opens up the standard ESP-IDF configuration menu, allowing you to say to change any build variables inside of the Espressif operating system. This is the reason that that first build takes so long. After you've built your own version of your operating system with your config variables, subsequent builds are much, much, much faster. Just that first one could take, I don't know, I've seen it take 10 minutes. It depends on your machine, what you're doing. When I'm streaming, things are worse. When I'm screen sharing, things are worse. So yeah, say so. But small aside, just to share some knowledge. I think it's a fun thing for me on this channel. Happy I get to do it. Moving forward, we're going to go over here. We're going to say git switch -c AJ, say Chaster break fix from origin main LFG here. We're going to say, just make sure we do git fetch, and we're going to be untrusting git merge origin main. It costs nothing. You cannot offend a machine. By the way, you will see my camera is connecting and disconnecting as it charges. I kind of got no option. I'll check my camera though, see what battery's at. Hey, 29%. Good enough for the rest of the stream. So I'm just going to plug it right back in to hardline so it stays connected. Love it. There we are. Let's try to get it fixed. This makes it happen. Just jumping back over here quickly. MQTT data received. Let's go find this line. Where are you? I think. Oh, received data. My mistake. I was worried that my indexing had failed again. Let's just keep file. I'm not sure what's going on in this specific branch or in that specific change, but it has already been merged. We have no local changes at the moment. Receive data, MQTT. So we know that parse JSON message is returning the wrong data type. So we're going to get the AI to fix this one. So it occurs lock end here as uint. It is casting. It's very interesting. Message is The parsed message is getting returned. Doc, let's check. Excuse me for a moment. This returns a void, my dear. Why are you saving anything on it? Quite a deep function, but yeah, it returns void. Uh-huh. So we're just dumping the string. But we do a safety parse on this, so we're not worried about the type being wrong. We have unsigned integer 64, which is fine. It's a long, strictly positive. Break duration. All right, there is probably not a parse error. Let's keep going. It's certainly in a bad location, the file, but that's fine. We did not receive invalid. Not in this case. Idle, that's fine. NVS, let's check. So we grab the preferences mutex, we clear local play if it exists. The message type is sync. What type do we have? Yes, we do have sync. We should probably unnest this. The cognitive load is high. Making space. Yeah, okay. If it is clear, then clear, but that is not the state. So essentially, there's a doc type where it just returns sync, clear true, and that would clear everything on your lockbox. Okay, if pending, then say hello to server. That is not the case. Otherwise, save the state. Why are we doing it like this? Am I to blame from a very long time ago? 2 weeks ago refactor, that is not likely. It's okay, it's just weird syntax, that's it. So it casts down. Why on earth is it printing poorly here? Oh, I'm guessing that this is insufficient, but it does unlock at the right time. I will say I'm a little confused by that. Yeah, this confuses me, the print, but I think it's okay. So save state, great. If result, sync result, result is returned by you, so perhaps you are not respecting the break. So save state takes this sync message, gets the preferences mutex, opens the session section of preferences, updates anything it needs to, like log state string, gets the previous break. Okay, all good, all good. Opens up the base preferences. Good, good. Works for me for now. And gives the mutex back up. Now, returns locked is not necessarily true, sir. Always returns locked is our issue. That's not true. This is the issue. So simple. Okay, easy. Very, very easy one to solve. Sync. Now the question is break max. I think the trick here is we want to say if break end is in the future, then assume it's break. We're just gonna, let's do a little blind. Let's do a little blind study here. Because the only trick, little race and time conditions could occur. Let's just do this. Let's just try it out. So essentially break end is in the future. Right. First, if we have time sake. Right, but we have a global for as time synced. What's it called? Time synced. Is time synced true? You can also just check the current time. Sir, why do we have two data types? Oh, we'll add it. Not a fan of the fact that we have two data types, but I will take it. Break end. It's time displayed. Okay. It always gets to the stage that like where at some point I just have to write code. And then I can tell that it becomes a little bit more boring to be online with me, but I do love you all still. Okay, here we go. So get date time milliseconds. Great, great. Just pulling time value. This code seems correct and in line with what we're doing in other places. Yes. Let's also do a check. We should extract this into, yeah, we should check that it's greater than 1970. Is the year greater than 2000? And if we have synced the time, i.e. the year is greater than 2000. Yeah, all right, all right. Da-da-da. And current time. It's basically what I want, yeah. Sorry, I wasn't reading the contents of the if condition. So if it is less than, thank you, lock session dot break end return break. Is that it? Is that really the only issue we've been having? We will have a couple of problems. So we'll have some server level sync issues, but let's go. Okay, let's try. Let's just try it. See what's going on. Break max, break reg, break end. I don't think this is expecting to have it, so we're going to go over here and just see. This break end is a key that is not present in this object. But this is very simple. So inside our state machine, we would then process lock, unlock, or break, depending on the event. Is there an event item? That would be sick. Did I not write an event item? Lock state, I can use lock state. I prefer that. So if lock state is break, dearie dearie, that's so much better. Yeah, forget all this. This is nonsense. It's useful, but nonsense. So log session dot lock state is equal to. I don't think I have that, but thank you. Sir, do I have that? Wonderful. Strings break protocol. Lovely. I do not require the break end data. I would like the break end data. I do want the break end data. Changed my mind. Let's go into the JSONs. JSON. Okay. Let's say, where's my break strings? Break last, break end. Thank you, sir. As this, we will save it. Ba-da-da-ba-ba. Oh, camera not working. Hello, camera. Come back to me. Sorry, I didn't even notice. Looking down too much. See if I get it back. Hey, there you are. Okay, I got about 28 minutes and then I gotta go. But let's see how far we can get here. So sync state, chill, chill, chill. We will do if lock state is equal to break. Perf. What are our other options for protocol? locked, unlocked, or lock, unlock. Yeah, let's go for it. Huh. Let's just switch on this then. Because is this cast as string? Yeah, okay, it is. So let's say I don't want it to be string. Let's just do switch on lock state. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Fine. Okay. Sync result failed. Cannot string cast here. Expression must have constant value. Yeah. Okay, can we do that? I'm checking. This is not giving me what I want. Can I just switch on the namespace? Probably not. Okay, let's capture the lock state as C string and see if we can just switch on it. If not, we will move on. String protocol is what? Saved as constant expression char. Okay, we might not do this on stream. We're just going to do the if statements on stream. And we'll also do locked or lock from, it's called process lock, unlocked or processed unlock. Yeah, break or break missed. Let's save this B for now. I want to see how this does as it goes through. So we're going to do PIO against staging. Yeah, we'll build up against staging. We'll kick off few different things. So I got to keep this one awake. It is awake. Should be fine. She's plugged in. And is this just a power cable? Oopsie. Saw a build error. And she's gone. Oh, there it is. There, cannot convert. Jason. Whew. To sync message. Yeah, where? Tell me where. Come on, dear linter. This is going to be an AI one, just that I can move a little faster. Oh, this is overkill. Let's go. Look at my recent changes. Fix this error. Okay, and we're talking about this file and this file and this file. Okay, let's go. Hi. Now we just wait for the robot. So I think there still will be some issues. So why was this a problem in the first place? We did not have the ability previously to trigger a break, initiate a break from the dashboard. So doing this will enable us to initiate breaks on dashboard. And then also respect the breaks coming from Chaster. We had half of the infrastructure in place to start that work, but we did not continue it. So, bonus. Get another feature on dashboard. Love it. Hmm. There we go. Just a couple different places where the payload had to have a default. I guess I could have just given the struct a default, but it's okay. You might be able to do a bit more work on live for Chaster tonight. Essentially, I'm just going for a run. So my friends here, they do like going on 10Ks. A good friend of mine is actually doing a 10K every single day this year. I think he's on day like 80, 90, quite far along, and it's going well. I don't do a 10K run every single day, but I try to keep pace, try to do my thing. We're meeting tonight at 6 p.m. after sun. The sun gets a little low in the sky, so should be a good opportunity. All that said, you don't have to build. I want to build. Thank you. No, you can stop now. You're free. I free you, robot. Okay, let's go. So there is a chance. I know we're all in different time zones, but in my time zone, it's currently 5 p.m. I have to leave at 5:30, and I could potentially return online around 8 p.m. Would be awesome. Awesome. To get this staged for the next release. So this would not release into production right away if we fix everything. If we are able to fix this break bug, I think we have enough of the Chaster integration where Chaster is the controller to consider this for one of the next 4 production releases. I'm thinking that it is possible to put it into one of the next 2 production releases, which would be this Friday, i.e. next week, or the week after. So every Friday is an opportunity for something to get pulled to production. Just gives us a bit of a cadence for QA. Could not open. That's because it's asleep. We have very aggressive sleeping. The intention is that this device is like, I believe that it's spec'd. Best case scenario. 1 second there, I'll read your message. But best case scenario, I think it's spec'd for 400 days of battery life, as long as all the peripherals turn off. So the sleeping is very aggressive. When you're developing against production, it does make a problem. In fact, I think this cable simply is power only. I'll take this cable, and then I'll check up a chat there, and I'll read your message. Sorry, just give me a moment. Okay. That must have been the issue, but also I don't understand it. Ah, this is the issue. I'm a fool. It said I'm connected to it already. Ah, fool. There we go. Okay, coming back to you. Hey, CT veteran. Yes. You missed most of the stream, but with the lockbox, is there any update with the lockbox going through the boot cycle every time it wakes up? So my lockbox does not go through a boot cycle every time it wakes up. Actually, I'm curious what you mean. When you say that it goes through a boot cycle, do you mean that it does the connection tasks when it wakes up? Like it goes through either A, you mean on boot, it'll go like connecting to 1, connecting to 2, connecting to 3, connecting to 4, and then regular? Or you mean that it does a power cycle? What's the question here, CT veteran? Happy to chat about both. Because what you can see on screen here is my device also does the boot cycle, but it doesn't like, oh, maybe it did. It just did it right there, didn't it? No, I'm totally wrong. What happened? Let me catch the log. Because it didn't do that, and it just did. Uh-huh. Here I am complaining about how I can't even reproduce the issue, and it happens in my face. I watched it happen. Skimming, going through. So yeah, power cycles every time. Yeah. So just to make sure it's clear, going through the setup or like the slow boot every time is now the default. Where, because I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. There's a new thing on the lockbox. The new thing is that all of the connection tasks are synchronous and at the start and very explicit. In fact, a little too explicit, where it's like, hey, I'm going to connect to the MQTT server. Now I'm going to connect to the dashboard. Now I'm going to connect to your account. And it goes through 1, 2, 3. When you first purchase your lockbox, and any lockbox experience prior to about 3 weeks ago, it would have just seemed more fluid. It just launched straight into the main menu. And all of those tasks were in the background, asynchronous. This caused problems. So the reason it caused problems is when a new user gets their device, their first question is, why doesn't it connect? Or why is it offline? Or they'll hit that state where the yellow dot appears in the top right, and they're like, oh, I don't understand what this means. Because of course, it doesn't tell you anything. It just says to me, a developer, what the current internal state is. So we've added these very linear, slow checks at the start of the boot to make sure that it's not asynchronous. So it's just, to be clear, 1, 2, 3, a synchronous task list, so that nothing can go awry or be uncontrolled. You can't start a lock, for instance, before you've maintained or established a connection to the server. That's the thing that happens, to be clear. If you start a lock on the dashboard, reboot your device, it'll lock. But you can get into a state where you're not actually connected to the live server. Just on boot, you pulled down the information one time. It's a weird state that happens when we let things be asynchronous. So this boot sequence is a little ugly, perhaps not lovely, not as lovely as it used to be, but yeah, that's why it's there. This said, we are having now a different issue that I see on screen that I must capture. And I hope I answered your question. If I did not, please let me know. I don't think I captured this. I am boot cycling or boot looping when I just hang out. I want to capture it if I can before I lose it, but yeah, just right there, right there, right there. Okay. And then I'll write that down, try to fix it here. Oh, okay. This is because I have memory diagnostics on, and memory diagnostics is nasty. Okay, this is not a production issue. This is just a high cost debug tool that I wrote. I'm just going to turn that off for now. Just 1 second there. I'll respond to you in just a moment. I will have to disable this here. Memory logging, disable. And while it rebuilds, let's go. I'll respond to you. Okay, so the issue you've been having though is that at the start of an hour-long break, but after 20 minutes or so, it canceled the break. Okay, so this would be interesting. So from sleep, a temporary fix for you. But yes, there's a real thing that needs to be fixed here. So if you have a very long break, it will enter sleep mode, which means that it needs better recovery from sleep. This is a factual requirement that I must add for you as soon as I can. Tips are wrong. Let's just put a note here. Recovery, like sleep recovery. From a break, must launch into a break. Done. I'll make that happen for you. I don't think I tested with breaks that long, but this is a requirement. A temporary thing for you to make sure that you can take your hour-long breaks today is to leave your device plugged in during these breaks. Not ideal, and I'm noting it here as a task. When should I state? So we're having some internal discussions on how to communicate the delivery timelines of tasks. So this is a high priority one. We are currently doing production releases 4 times a month on devices. We were previously doing it in a CI/CD or continuous fashion. You give it a shot. Let me know how it goes. FYI, the best place to maintain long-term communication with me on specific support issues is through support@researchanddesire.com. That email address. If you send them a message, it actually goes to the entire team and somebody's assigned to it. Like a developer is assigned to it, as well as our customer support team. So although I'm responding to you now and I'm telling you that I know the resolution, in order to get a ticket number, a timeline, information about has it been released, etc., please do send an email. Okay, let's make sure we boot here. We're still rebooting. We're crashing. I hope not. Going through. Staging, thank you. So make sure we don't boot loop. All right. Good stuff. We are in, sufficiently in. Cleared settings unlock. I mean, sending unlock quite a bit, but that's all right. Clear true. Okay, great. Awesome. We're in a stable state. Let's go do this. Like, got 10 minutes left. We put in a fix. We'll see if that fix worked. Let's go. We will go back. We're going to abandon this lock. Archive desert. Okay. And we're going to keep our dashboard open. Do I need this still? No, I don't think I do. And create a lock with a, let's go 10-minute timer. Boom, boom. My bad. 10 minutes. Let's make it a test lock. I'm not tracking my data here, but that is okay. Regularity will be every 1 minute. We get 15 minutes. I'm the most generous top ever. We will track as a 10-minute penalty, save changes, and we are simply looking for the unlock event. So we add the extension research and desire. Add. Okay, good. We'll make sure it's working. Check, check. Save changes. Looks good to me. Generate combo. And okay, let's keep this in focus. Lock. Okay, should be locked for a 10-minute. Great. Let's go start our hygiene opening and see what happens. We are tracking logs, but I have 48 seconds to wait. Okay, no problem. Okay. All right. Time remaining 9 minutes. That's my time check. So for those who just joined, maybe missed it, in 9 minutes, I'm going to go for a run with some friends. Quick 10K. I think it's going to be, there's a chance we do dinner after. So it might be a 2 or 3 hour gap if I am available, which I think I will be. I will jump back on stream and notify folks in all the right places that stream is live, so you can come back and watch the rest of the Chaster build. That's my plan at the moment. And if you don't see a notification about me being live, then just assume that I will have to carry this on later. But we're quite close. Here we go. Let's try the temporary unlock. Oh. Okay, break started. Good stuff. I'm going to take a look at the screen. Yeah, break ends in 15 minutes. Okay, good. So that did work. And we are open, by the way. Good to see. See the break counting down for 15 minutes. Happy to see it. Need the combination. Let's go ahead and generate a new combination. This is the new thing. So we have, let's say this, corrected can start. So we can start a break from Chaster. Let's see if we can resume. Okay, it says now back in session, but no. Let's break here, see what happened. Did I receive a message? Data received. Right here, I'm just seeking. This is our break data. Okay, so cannot end a break on Chaster. Okay, then the question is, can we miss a break? Cool. Let's start there. So, quick recap on the Chaster integration, just for the summary view. And then we'll end a little early, and I will let you know if we're streaming again. So first things first, there are 3 branches of code for this integration to work, like 3, make sure I don't use the word branches because I know devs watch. There's 3 like logical branches. I did it again, same word. There's 3 things to think about. There's Chaster, the Research and Desire website, and the Lockbox. All 3 of these things have to be in sync if you have Chaster enabled. If this is the case, then we want to say all actions on Chaster appear on the Research and Desire dashboard and the Lockbox. All actions on Research and Desire appear on Chaster and the Lockbox. And all actions on the Lockbox appear on Research and Desire and Chaster. That's the objective. We're going to start, and again, we've done quite a bit of work on this. There's just some edge cases that are critical and edge cases we have not discovered yet. We're focusing on the critical path right now for origin Chaster. That is, events starting on Chaster must appear on Research and Desire and the Lockbox. So what we reviewed was and tested, if I create a Chaster lock, hey, I lock. As long as I am in the test group and I have synced my account, synced my box, and added the extension, it's good to go. I can expect increases or decreases in time to correctly appear on the box. I can start a break, which we just fixed. This is not in production. I cannot end a break, and we don't know yet what happens when I miss a break. I think naturally this will be okay, won't be an issue. Carrying on. I can abandon or desert a lock, and it will unlock my device. That's good. I can allow a lock to complete. However, it ends my session on Research and Desire and ends my session on the Lockbox. This is not what Chaster does. Chaster holds your session and allows you to open the box and close the box, meaning that you could unlock your box at that moment, or you could add more time. We are going to need to move to their model if we want to be a pleasant device for that platform. So we will. We will make it so that on device you can say either add more time or unlock the end. That way it can be very clean and cleanly integrate. Yes, so configuration changes. We only checked one specific configuration on Chaster, but if you are to add time to an active lock session on Chaster, it will increase the amount of time on the box itself. Cool. And there's also the sync button on the dashboard, which hopefully is now redundant because it's aged out. However, it's broken at the moment. Cool. Very last thing that I'm going to say, and this is just the special treat for anyone who watches these videos or joins me on stream, is I've said it a couple of times throughout the whole video, but since we're at the end, we do have an AI agent monitoring tickets inside of Discord. And this AI agent will automatically make code based on your bug reports and feature requests. Don't tell people, but you may use it. You may personally use it. Once we've determined if we want to keep this, then we'll let the community know at large know. I will be clear, there is a very rigorous human security review before any new code is merged into production. That review is as follows. First, if you were to go to Discord, the Research and Desire Discord, and use the request feature and describe something that is in the dashboard only, so not on devices, just the dashboard. Inside of the feature request channel, of course, your pop-up will appear, the thing you are expecting from our rad bot official. The new thing is that in the background, we will also set up a new dev instance of the dashboard and allow Cursor to explore the code. Cursor, one of the agents or IDEs that uses Anthropic's Opus 4.7 to review your request, review the code, and make live modifications into a preview environment. This is something that I will personally review or my team will review. If the feature looks good and is in line with, or the bug is fixed and is in line with best security practices as we see and the long-term vision of the company, then we will merge it into staging, which then gets a very thorough review before entering production. So it's safe, but it's new. That's why I only want you to know about it and to limit the exposure. So give it a shot if you're interested. You will not see the effect of this until the next release, but I will also make sure the agent starts telling people when their bugs are fixed. Okay, that's all for now. I'm off to go run, and yeah, if I have some more energy after the run, expect another notification that I've gone live. All right, see you soon. Trying to get everything set up for the Chaster integration for the Research and Desire Chastity Lockbox, which I hope you know about. We got to a pretty good point where we found out the remaining issues in order to send this into our staging environment for QA testing. I'm going to give you a brief rundown now before I do a little bit more setup in my space, and I'll give you the little demo. So here is the brief of what we found. Upon review of the state of the Chaster integration, we saw that it is totally okay in production today, but only for test users. You may not be a test user. To vote, first to start a lock on Chaster received by the box, to receive votes, to increase and decrease the time on your box and have it actually change, to start a break, which is then received by the box. This part is not in production, so if you're a tester, this will fail. We cannot end a break. This is our first critical issue. And we have not checked what happens when we miss a break. We'll have to double check this. Abandoning works perfectly. Completing a lock works perfectly. However, there's a caveat that Chaster's version of completing a lock is different from ours. We'll have to align a little bit. And finally, there's a button inside of the product for test users to resync their Chaster data. That's broken, but hopefully redundant. So I'm just going to start this with a little demo for anyone who didn't see it in the first half. So I'm going to cover my face just to make sure it's fully visible. Because if my face is there, it'll focus on that instead. And I'm going to pull you over here into Chaster. And we're going to go through the steps of creating a lock. I would love to archive this, just so you can see the state, see what's going on here. So here, I'm just going to set a very brief lock. We're going to say it's a 2-minute lock. We'll call it 2 minutes. Thank you so much. We will say it is a test lock we're not going to care about hygiene opening for the time being. We're going to add the extension, which is a test extension, Research and Desire Lockbox. Enabled. We will configure, which opens this pop-up, allowing you to see if you have an account connected and a lockbox paired to that account. I do in both cases, so I'm okay. No additional configuration required. We'll then need to generate a combination, even though it's not necessary, because we're using the lockbox. And when I create the lock, we should see this thing immediately lock. Let's check. Perfect. Awesome. As part of the demo here, if I were to increase my lock by 3 minutes, we should see it increase by 3 minutes. Let's watch at 4 minutes above and 4 minutes below. Love to see it. Now, starting a break is currently not enabled for this. I did not add the hygiene extension. So let's just do the last thing we can demo here. Because we don't have public voting on either, we're going to abandon this lock or desert by archiving, and this will unlock the box. So all these things are in production today for test user only. In fact, the key distinction is on chaster.app, the website I'm on here. Only test users have access to that extension called Research and Desire Lockbox. That is the critical part. The pieces that we're going to work on today, as mentioned, are going to be ending a lock break. I apologize, ending a break on Chaster, and having that break on Chaster propagate down. There are other states that we talked about as well in the previous call. So if, for instance, you ended a break on or started a break on the Research and Desire website, what should happen? And similarly, if you were to start a break or end a break on the device itself, what would happen? We're just going to focus on part one for now. It's close, quite close. Let's finish it and then move on. So with that, I will also demo the failing state here before I move this dang box out of my dang face. And then we can hang out. Okay, so there we go, 2 minutes. We will enable, test lock, hygiene opening. We'll configure this so that I get it every 1 minute for 15 minutes with a 12-hour. That's fine. We'll accept that. Then, of course, we need to add our extension. This is the Research and Desire lockbox right here. Perfect. We always will check just to make sure it's configured correctly, just because this is a dev environment. Good to know when things are going wrong. Perf. It's all awesome. No changes required. There we are. And we need a random anything. Could be a photo, could be truly anything, because it is not required at this stage. Let's go. This should lock. Perfect. No issues. Let's go ahead and take our hygiene opening, which is going to take us 1 minute before we can. Easy. Take a little sip of water, and we'll prepare just our little chat space in the meantime. You always got to do these demos quick and early for the YouTube upload, just to make sure people are, keen and interested still. That does mean, though, that my feet hurt because I'm just not comfortable. I didn't totally get set before kicking this off. All right, let's go find our chat. And in fact, let's see if we're ready. 10 seconds. Create a dashboard. Stream manager and pop-out chat. Brilliant. There we are. Got chat open. Let's go ahead and take our break. So I'm going to temporarily unlock right now. We have entered the break state. The issue now is that if I were to close this, as in end the break, then at this point, it will not lock. So this is our current bit of work to do. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's generate a new combination to resume the session. And let's also investigate the kinds of logs we receive. Because the logs are in a sensitive environment, I'm not going to be able to share them with you. What can I do instead? Could set up localhost, but let's finish a demo. When I click resume lock, cool. It received a message, just nothing happened. This does mean that, and by the way, the way I know that it received a message is the screen reactivated. So it exited the low power mode or power saving mode. It only does that on message receipt. So we should actually expect then that the dashboard is forwarding the message and we can catch it in logs. That's good. That means we don't have to go to a sensitive location to look at the logs. We could just trigger that again. Huh. Wonderful. All right. So with that said, let's move this a little bit off my face. Sorry, sir. And let's go take a second and make sure everything is cozy and we can get all prepped. Let's go here. Let's go eeny, meeny, miny, mo. How about there? There. Just see it, but also recognize that it's kind of like glary right now. Okay. Chill, chill. Let's just go confirm that our post landed in every single place, and we'll invite some folks to come hang out. Oh, hello. Welcome. I see Nico Geiger. Like Geiger counter, I hope. And Nico. Not like. No, I'm thinking nano. Like nano Geiger or something. Hmm. Well, you're very welcome here. Glad you showed up. I'm just going to go check in on the other locations. Make sure that our posts landed where they needed to land. In marketing chat confirmed. There it is. In announcements confirmed as well. However, the embeds are a little annoying. Just jumping into the Discord right now. Letting folks know with a quick @ for their notifications. Because, hey, a lot of stuff goes on here. Okay. Ba, 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 ba. Love it. Here we go. And we have to post one in the Kinky Makers, of course, but we're just going to do it in the community channels until we find an appropriate home inside the Kinky Makers. I think members project is okay. FFG, FFG. Oh, hello, Eagle. I did come back after the run. We did not do 10K. We only did a 5K run, but it's still good. Still a good time. Just feel like we can get pretty far today on this. So with some clear focus, just wanted to get it right back to it. Last thing I have to check here is that the posts on Reddit did go through. I am naturally a very trusting person, except when it comes to technology, and that is why I'm a software engineer. I think, truthfully, me never ever trusting anything I ever worked with, technology wise, like just made me really want to get deep into the weeds. That and avoiding parental restrictions on adult websites when I was younger. That's a true story. You did okay. No worries. So Eagle, for the issue, also I want to make sure chat is appearing here. We have black text. It's a bit hard to read in this context, so I think I'm going to give you white text. For now, I will read what you said. You just did an emergency release, and you were able to start a new lock right away, which means that there's a 24-hour hold that's supposed to occur as a punishment. That seems like that did not work for you. This is a case where I'd ask you to submit a support ticket to support@researchanddesire.com or in the Discord by using /bug report, the command. That would be very helpful. And I'm going to see what I can do about making that chat a little bit more visible. Crazy how little you can see it right now. Okay. Yeah, if you've sent an email, you're doing the right things. So best to, since it's low urgency, in fact, the problem is that it's a little too convenient, for you. I think best to just let that live in the queue, and then we'll assign a dev as one becomes available. Oh, hey, who's there? Hey, Fred. Or should I pronounce that Fridjof? Fridge? I'm so sorry. I don't know. I would love a pronunciation guide. And what do I want to do? I want to change the stream element if I can, so that I can actually see what y'all are saying on screen. Of course, I have the pop out, but I want to be sharing is caring, right? Let's give it a go. If I go hard white, like full white, let's see. Can you see that now? Somebody send me a message. We're going to find out. Here, I can pop one in as well. Hello. Okay, better. White text is the way to go. The only time it'll fail us is when we're in freeform. In that one, yeah, nothing's gonna help. And the only thing I could do is quickly make a black version of this, but so right now we have two full-time or full-time-ish developers. That would be myself and Kareem. You'll see Kareem inside of the Research and Desire Discord. Previously, we've peaked at 5 full-time or part-time developers. This was when we were doing active, rapid software development. Right now, we're focusing on hardware advances, and more is coming there soon. Those are my little secrets. But for just software, you can count it to 2, one of them being me. And my time is split between management, marketing, and those sorts of things. New developments, like random new curiosities or potential directions for the company, things like that. All right, LFG. I've learned that I say that a lot. Somebody started calling me like LFG guy or something. Anyway, excuse me. Okay, just closing. Oh, our Reddit posts did not go up. Confirm. Did they post in any of the places I expected? Posts. No, they didn't. Chaster 7 hours ago. Huh. I just keep getting filtered out on Reddit. Okay, so quick manual post. Thanks for your patience, folks. Just want to keep the Chaster community informed, so I'm going to make a quick post over there, letting them know that we're out and about, that we are continuing to develop. We're back at it again. The Chaster integration for the Research and Desire Lockbox. Help me. I don't need help, but I would take it, definitely. Just go with the text post. And let's go with post. Perfect. Okay, team. So we're also just going to do a test here on this page while I'm there. Test of white text. Let's try. Yeah, depressing. I'm going to do an 80-20 fix so that I don't have to think about this. And I'm just going to do a shadow. Secondary shadow. Great. Fridge. I'm with you, Fridge. Danish. I'm sure there's a noise in there that like a North American just simply can't make. It's disappointing when I learn of something my mouth can't do just because of inexperience. This feels like the lead up to that's what she said joke, but it's not. I went to Namibia and damn, I was trying to learn the various kinds of clicks. I really could not do them. I like truly could not. I'm sure with practice it's possible, but guaranteed. There's something in Danish as well. Perhaps it's the DJ combo. Okay. Ra-ta-ta. So, yeah, Eagle, great question. You're asking if we could just switch to an ESP32 with more flash. The answer, and this sounds like crazy, is no. The only reason no is we do have a couple thousand of these devices in the wild, and we want to, for as long as possible, like truly until we cannot have backwards compatibility. There is a way to solve the problem. We're a little off topic, but I don't mind. I'd be happy to share what that issue is and how we fix it. So, in brief, as an aside here, and let me just save this so we have a shadow under the text and I don't have to worry about being on a white page. I can, in fact, just show you. I forgot I have the code open. So here on the DTT, we have a partition file inside of the source code. The partition file is, I would love to see this as a generic CSV, but this is acceptable, though detestable. All right. This is how our ESP32s are broken down, how the memory space is broken down. Anyone who does a lot of ESP32 development will recognize this as the standard 2 application config, or the one application with over-the-air update partition. There's nothing custom here yet. The issue is that this has been the partition since DTTs were first being sold, so 5 years ago. These devices, by the way, are still valid and getting active updates. They are on the latest code. These devices have a huge amount of spiffs, which is totally unutilized. You can see here that the size is comparable to the size of App 0 and App 1. We don't save anything this large there. There's no photos, there's no major text files. We could potentially save huge packets of live streaming data there, but it is not worth the effort. So here's what we do. Basically, let's just go like rough. Let's talk about it in shapes, right? We have App 0, we have App 1, we have spiffs. Let's put the label. App 0, App 1, and this is spiffs. They're all the same size. Great. The thing that we want is a state more like this, where we take each of these and we make this one bigger. But because this is an OTA, this one must be bigger. And therefore, the spiffs must be smaller. It can never be 0. You have to keep some. I'm just going to do this. That would be the ideal state. The question is, how do we do this OTA? Well, it's actually not that hard. The only thing is what you can see visually here. As I'm writing, so typically when I'm writing or when I'm in App 0 and I'm trying to update, I am writing into the App 1 block, if these are memory spaces, which I'd like you to imagine. Let me, in fact, connect them so that we can conceive of it a little bit better as memory spaces. And I apologize to those with any color blindness. I am going to use color coding for the next couple of minutes here. So the colors here are cyan, pink, yellow. Let's go ahead and state that this is our new memory space. We should make it the same size. And exact same memory space. Perf. You can see the issue hopefully right away. If I'm sitting in App 0 and I must update into a space, that space very naturally is going to overlap App 1, which means that I have 0 recovery. If I fail, I totally fail. Like App 1 is gone. There is, however, some safety. If I'm in App 0, starting in App 0 and updating, and I accidentally break something, I could potentially in App 0 write a precursor update, sort of a safety net update that allows me to kind of roll back to the previous structure. That might be okay. The real risk is actually if I'm in App 1. If I'm in App 1 and I attempt to update in a way that updates the partition file, I am essentially saying download into App 0 and then also overwrite the space of App 0 into the memory space of App 1. I hope I'm making that visual a little clear. It is slightly difficult to describe. Perhaps it is something intuitive to folks who have CS backgrounds. If you do not, I'm trying to make it obvious what the risks are. So I must therefore make software like an intermediary update software that's super, super small and very, very safely guarantees that you're in App Zero, that you have no risks of erasing anything on your device that is not reversible. And then make sure that in App Zero, you have a backout condition that is not simply rolling back to App 1, because we have to assume the memory space of App 1 is corrupted. As long as I can make firmware that does that, all that I've just described, then yes, I could release an update for the Deep Throat trainer, which rewrites the partition files, temporarily corrupting the app1 space, definitely corrupting, immediate. It must be like, seems to be the case that we always get a spammer within the first couple seconds, like first minute to 5 minutes. They must just watch new streams. Damn, so fast. All right, banned. Anyway, long story short, if I do this, and I do it successfully in a way that does not brick the thousands of devices that are in the wild right now that we want to maintain long-term support for, then, excuse me, then we get a lot of awesome stuff. We get, put it simply, Bluetooth. With Bluetooth, I can control your dummy from the Deep Throat trainer. With Bluetooth, I can auto pair to the Lockbox side by side. You just tap them and they're doing something. You have a little session playing. I can expose a public API so that anyone who's building anything can update it through or control through an app or whatever they're creating, right? It's highly valuable, just high risk, and I have to dedicate time to it. That's the state. That is exactly right. I could definitely deliver on a lot of things that we want. I just have to make sure that I do it with enough presence of mind and safety considerations so that I do not burn or brick a bunch of devices in prod. That's right. So clear, good aside, good discussion. Glad we had it. Let's lock in here and think a little bit more about Chaster. I'll keep that down there in case we ever need it. Yeah, anytime. No, I appreciate the questions, for real. Doesn't really matter if they're off topic. I just love engaging. I'm like, these are questions a lot of people have had. So maybe I clip it up, let them know. And then we can schedule it. Because like, if there's enough interest in a piece of work, the reason this one hasn't started is it's hard to gauge impact, gauge interest, given the risk. It has to be high impact, high interest. So yeah, these sorts of questions give me the opportunity to kind of investigate, see what people think. So thanks again for asking. Awesome. Let's go. Let's close all. Great. Now we just learned that we have, we are receiving logs for a break ended on Chaster. This is our current objective. If I end a break on Chaster, I should unlock. Let's go. So I want to do PIO run -e staging. I don't mind actually which environment because I'm just doing tag monitor. Let's go. Perf. Phew. Ooh. Bless me. I don't know if anyone's bored and looking for a side quest, but I crave music during these sessions. I just couldn't find a very easy, guaranteed, copyright-free source of music. Is there a website for that? Does anyone know? Oh, what's going on here? Oh, yeah, okay. Just a bad print statement. Break timer, time remaining. Okay. Am I overtime on my break? Yeah, that's what's up. I have 21 minutes late on the break. I will end break. Could not unlock. Okay, we do have a break end issue, it seems, which we should repair. But this might be something that another dev has already repaired. So I'm just going to take a look. The other dev is Cream. Could not unlock. Let's take a second. I'm just going to merge a PR into my branch here. You'll be able to see what I'm up to, but Cream just worked on a very solid set of integration tests, which revealed a couple memory issues that he also fixed. I've just merged this into main 31 minutes ago. Therefore, I would love to do git fetch, git merge, origin, C main. Your changes would be overwritten. Let's go. Let's get and git commit message fix. Oh god, I can't do that. I keep doing that. What did I do? Updates for stream. Hardly a good commit message. Lovely. Love to see it. There it is. Love it. Okay. This means I really do want to re-upload. Okay. Pushing staging. All right. Let me get a little bit more cozy. Oh boy. No. Oh no, you can't see my face. Oh well. You have 1/3 chin. What can I do about this? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You must have lockbox. And then you do not must have AJ, but I don't mind being on stream. Must you? Is what it is. Building. I wonder. So I think this one right here, we were chatting last time about why the builds take so long for me. And it's because I switched to building Espressif and then installing Arduino as a dependency, rather than downloading the pre-compiled build of Espressif and then installing Arduino as a dependency. Very, very subtle difference. One is just pre-packaged from the company, and one is one that I'm compiling. The triggers that I thought would... So I'm not too sure what is triggering a forced compilation of Espressif. I thought it was changing the configuration file. It didn't change anything, and it did just rebuild. Perhaps it's the result of the merge, and something was in there. I did not check to see if it changed my config, so perhaps that is it. All right, let's take a peep. What's going on over here? Just doing the connect, doing the boot flow. No problem. Yo, hello. Do you still have this guy? What? What did you just say? No, you're okay. Staging is okay. Ah, staging is pointing now. Interesting. Staging is now pointing to staging. Funny. It does align with a request I made, but it no longer aligns with what I need for this call, so we must use production. There are no risks with this except that it will be on my account, which is otherwise identical to using staging. Don't worry, I'm just confirming for myself, not for you, because hey, I don't want to break stuff. Yeah, it's my job to break stuff, but you know what I mean. Okay, let me go one layer down. Yeah, bruh. Okay. Short man complex? Maybe. It's okay. Come closer. All right. All right. And as long as I have good posture, I'm in frame. Good motivation. All right, let's see here. Just thinking on how I want to approach this. What do I want to do? All right, let's work together. Let's get some errors on the screen. Make some things happen. All right, we're kicking off with production build. We're going to check to see if there's any required things inside of this. I'm just going to confirm, though, that there is nothing sensitive inside of this file. It should not be the case. This is a committed file. But just in case, we're just going to hide this. I'm going to scroll down to production. Technically, there's something soft sensitive, but not really, truthfully. It's if you have even a single HTTP call, you'll see not a key, not a private key, but a gut check key inside of our HTML requests. There's a more measured and appropriate security measure in place, but as a pre-filter for spam on our API endpoints, I just check to see if there's a key in there. That key might appear on screen. And if that appears on screen, hey, it's okay. It's so scrapable that I don't really mind. All right, she's building. See what's going on. All right, let's see. I often forget to look at the camera. So I'm gonna put this face mask up there because it's got a human on it, and we'll see if that helps. Also, at some point here, I'm gonna get dinner. I might just order it in. Okay, there is now a skin booster ultra silky face mask called Debbie by my camera, and that is you. You are all Debbie. I hope that is okay. Aha, you tricked me. Okay. T, upload, T, monitor. T, no build. Thank you. Already built. There it is. Oh, I forgot. I was gonna order food from like the local equivalent of Uber, but I forgot my phone is the camera, and because I'm not using a tripod right now, I'm just taping the camera to the wall. I wish I could show you, but it doesn't mean I can't use my phone to order lunch. Hey, what's going on here? All right, so you did update, but you did not monitor. Please monitor. Okay. Monitoring is occurring. You're monitoring? Yes. Wonderful. Let's go ahead and assume that this is positive. Oh, hello, bald spot. Hello. Still trying to decide on plugs. I haven't made the choice yet. It's not self-conscious. I'm not self-conscious about it, but I'm aware of them. These little spots. Especially the more that I'm spending time on camera. We'll see. Maybe one day I come in here with a full head of hair. Lots of locks. Not sure yet. Not sure. Okay. First things first, just organizing my thoughts. Let's archive this lock let's capture a log of this failing. So create a lock, boom, boom, 2 minutes. Let's go down, down, up, up. Perfect. We're gonna add hygiene, configure it to be easy. Regularity is 1 minute, 15 minutes is fine. If we want to attempt failure, which I think we do, we'll keep this brief. Right, 6 minutes. Let's add our extension. This is going to be at this point most of the stream. It's just me making these settings. I definitely could pay for it and then save the lock and reuse it. So perhaps I'll do that off camera if I take a little water break. Configured, check. Should be fine. And it is. Gen combo and create. All right, there we go. We locked for 2 minutes. Let's go make just a bit of better time here. Let's say lock for 10 minutes. It gives me a little more time to work. And let's take a hygiene break. Oh, hello, hello. Who have I got? JD Precor. Precor? Or different pronunciation? Either way, hello, hello, and happy Saturday to you. Precor. It feels like a French word. Core, heart, pre, I don't know, like before the heart. Oh, hey, Jess. Welcome. Everyone's got different names everywhere. But yeah, good to see you. Glad you're here. Don't know if you saw the intro, but let me, while we're doing this, oh, actually, we're good to go. I'll give you the brief, just so you're all caught up. So essentially, in production, we've had a Chaster integration that's available to test users. And we, today, went and validated just the current state. Things have changed. We just wanted to make sure we had a known starting point. The brief is, these are the things that work. The lock, we start a lock on Chaster. It does sync to the box instantly, as well as the dashboard. You can vote up and down. You can start a break, but you cannot end a break. That's what we're investigating now. You can abandon, complete. However, the completion is different between platforms. We have to sync to Chaster, and you can configure. So increase time is basically the only configuration that I've tested, but the configuration syncing seems okay. Everything else, right, this button is broken, but like these two big issues from Chaster down are the things that will prevent this first third of the project from working. There are 2 additional thirds to look at, the research and desire side of the same items and the lockbox side of the same items. So jumping back to it here, now that you have your context, we've started a lock with a hygiene break, and we're going to test item number 2. Why can't you end a break on Chaster? So temporarily unlock, we should receive, and unlock, we are in break. And we're going to watch in the logs here. This is going to get a little bit messy on the right, so I'm going to have to like quickly Control C to capture the moment when we receive the message to make sure it doesn't get washed away. Let's go ahead and do this. Generate a combination lock, resume the session. Do I receive a message? Yep, I did. Let's Control C over here and go check it out. Okay, so we receive the message, sync, break. Let's pull this into something a bit prettier, huh? Let's do it. Let's go into a JSON formatting tool. Hopefully with dark mode. No dark mode. Process. All right. Sync and state. These are the things we care about. Lock, state, locked. So why did this not trigger a message? So this should have been followed by actions lock. I wonder if it did. Let's go find it. All right. So here's the flow inside of this code. Inside of this code, we parse the MQTT messages. Let's go find it. What's the best way to get there? Parse message? No, we'll just walk. All right, source, utils. Where did I save this thing? Source services, no. Source utils, no. It's not state, it must be in services. Gosh. So many code bases now, and I do attempt to keep all these code bases in alignment. But in this case, I don't recall where I have this guy. Where are you living? It's not tasks, services, girl. Where you at? I don't think it's here, but I do know that. No, that is not used there. A machine, MQTT. I don't think the task is here. Settings is no. Wi-Fi manager is no. Imports, I could dig through. Yeah, let me just go ahead and search based on what I'm receiving as well. I do know that it is related to Arduino JSON. Where did I save you? There's also the second problem that I am not confident. I'm very much not confident that my indexing is working as expected. Yeah, anyway, it's right here. Let's fix this, by the way. What's going on? Hey, linter, what are you doing? What's going on, linter? Let's take a peep. So in here, we parse, and then we return the parsed message. We return the parsed message includes type, and this is not the critical location where we generate the action. Let me find it. Init MQTT right here. In the case that we are receiving data. Oh, no, it is the location sync. Yes, okay. This is a space that needs a little cleanup. If you're a dev right now, you're seeing a an uncomfortably deep nested if statement. Nested if, my God. This should be flattened or extracted so that it's unit testable. But hey, I'm showing you my mess. Okay, this is real. Let's go. So inside of the sync nested if, we call a function. What was the name of that function? Brain. It will be in here. Local play, not it. So it's right here. Results. Right, pending is where we say hello. There it is. Okay. The save state on result. There we go. Clear state, save state. I just want to make sure I'm right here. I thought result was getting populated earlier. Wish I had more screen to work with. Oh, yeah, sorry. Result is returned by save state. My mistake. Result is sync result, which is a request to perform an action. So protocol, we are receiving the message here, locked, and we have determined that if you are locked, if the message you're receiving for lock state is locked, then the sync result should be lock. It is also the default that is getting returned. So here in init MQTT, result should be provided as locked, and then we send the message lock timer. Now, the state machine may not be listening to lock timer. We didn't see any event from the state machine inside of our logs, which suggests that it just bypasses or just ignores the message. This is the benefit of state machines, is you can be noisy to them and they will disregard you until it's relevant. So inside of state lockbox, I think this is still the previous format where it's deeply coupled to some of its functions. So it's very long. But if you work on products like the Awesome or Radar, Research and Desire Wireless Remote, then you'll see the new pattern. So don't judge me. That's pretty much all I'm saying, is this pattern is not ideal where, yeah, all these big functions and the super long single file is also connected to this transition tree. Yeah, state machines are the bomb. If you're working a lot in JavaScript or React or anything like that, TypeScript, of course, is the cool kid. Xstate. I love Xstate. Okay, it's a little much to get into at first, but it is an exceptional tool for doing complex single state machines or multi-state machines or having multiple machines in multiple states. It's so good, so good. You can definitely create video games with these things. You can do it without it, of course, but if you consider any problem where you have, say, more than 3 related conditions or related states, whether they're sensors or inputs or who knows, and they could depend on each other in complex manners, a state machine is the right solution. And Xstate is great. The one that we use, for JavaScript, TypeScript, React, these things. The one that we use right now in our code is Boost SML. So every single product by Research and Desire today has a core of Boost SML. It's not as pretty, but it's very robust. And it has all, if not almost all, of the features that I would request from a complex modern state machine. Strong, strong recommendation. It is great. Cool. Let's go here. Let's take a look at our break library. So this is our declarative state machine. You can just read it. If you're in the state lock menu, then when you enter, draw the emergency menu. This is maybe misworded, but you can understand the intention. If you are breaking, like on a break, then you are here. So when you are on a break, as you enter, we move the paddle to the unlock position. We start the break timer. Like you can just see how clear it is to read this part of the code. Above, where you have the function definitions, not clear. We'll pull those out later. It's just about decoupling the imports and exports. It's a little time intensive, and an AI failed at it once, so I just have to go in and be a human about it. Okay, so it is currently only responding to the done command. That is it. So it only moves forward in this case. So we will also move forward in the lock timer event. Let's confirm that the event is called lock timer. It is lock timer lowercase. I actually think that's it. That might be the only thing we have to do. So in the case that we receive, excuse me, the event lock timer, then we will clear the active break, move the paddle to lock, and switch the state to locking. Good hell. That literally might be all to unbreak that flow. Let's check. I gotta make sure I keep my brain, my head aligned here. Okay. What worked? Well, we don't know yet. I'm hoping it worked. I will tell you. Unless something else worked. If something else worked, I'll celebrate with you. You let me know. Let's do. Oh, the box locked. Oh, are you in the test group? Yes. Let me go double check. Great. If you're in the test group, then awesome. I'm very glad it locked. Yeah, you should have all the same green check marks that I do, and I encourage and invite you to go try them out. Gotcha. All right, let's give this a go. We're going to have to do this, and I wish I was in the test group. Send me your Chaster name. I will add you to the test group. Dash not syncing, root reserve time to break. Yes, so absolutely. When you say dash not syncing, we're talking about one specific issue that I want you to know has not been immediately prioritized because it is lower urgency than it appears. It's just a UI thing. In fact, the quick fix is probably just me hiding it for now, but I'll definitely chat about it openly. If you were to go to the dashboard and you were to look at this state on the Lockbox homepage, in the top right, you'll see here Well, I have a session in progress because mine is fixed, but many people are having a fixed state here of updating. That is currently not a critical issue. If you're having other issues where things otherwise are perhaps not syncing, let me know. I think that the whole message might be failing now that I think of it, but updating is the report that we're receiving. Are you getting more than just the updating issue where it says updating and nothing else, despite being actually in a correct state or a functional state? I'll wait for your response while I just continue here to see if I can end a break. So I'm going to go back to Chaster. We're going to gotcha. Okay. Well, I'll work on that one. I will right now. I'm just going to take a pause right now, and I'm going to send our secret agent on it, and I will also let you both in on the secret. So anyone who comes into stream is getting one piece of secret information. Many people who are in the previous stream today know this already, but I think you two do not. My only request is what I'm about to tell you, just keep it to yourselves for now. Use it, but until we find out if it's good, let's just not let the public know. If you make a feature request or bug report inside of the Discord, I will spin up a agent and it will relentlessly try to solve it instantaneously. That code is not merged into production. That code is merged into a preview branch, which must then be reviewed to merge into staging, which is then human reviewed before it goes into prod. So it's like a waterfall system of safety. The reason I don't want the world to know, just you folks who are on chat with me, is, and anyone who's watching the YouTube video later, of course, is obviously it could be quickly abused. Anyone could make an infinite number of tickets and then just, burn a bunch of cash. But all of you are extremely welcome to use this feature. So next time you make a bug report inside of the Discord, I want you to be descriptive enough as if you're, say, asking an AI agent to instantaneously solve the problem for you, because secretly you are. Ask for the thing you want. Make sure you are, I would say, spending at least 250 words to give it enough context. And we're spinning up a full dev environment with like the entire thing a regular developer would need in order to understand if the fix is actually working. It's full force. If this works, we'll announce it to everybody and let everybody take advantage of this new system. But for now, please, I would love to see the results that you get. Okay, let's go forward. We are going to, this lock is over. I will add more time. In fact, I am fully unlocked because our synchronization is different. So ready to unlock my lock. Let's go. Archive lock. We're going to create a proper lock. Is there any negative consequence to me doing a very long one? No. Let's go for a 10-hour lock. Let's say test lock. Sure. Let's do hygiene opening. Definitely. Let's do let's do 1 minute, 15 minutes, and well, we don't care because we can always abandon. Let's save changes. Configure. Good to go. Let's add the research and desire lockbox. And I forgot to say thank you, by the way, Jess. I appreciate that compliment very much. So thanks again. All right, we'll just triple check our configuration. Bing, bing, good to go. Save changes. And let's go. So this should create the lock. Start it on the box. There she is. Yep, locked. Time on screen matches time on box. Very happy about it. And we will start our hygiene opening, which will take 46 seconds. Ah. 30 seconds. All right, what's my timeline today? So I think realistically, probably go till they'll go till midnight, my local time. So I got about an hour and a half, maybe longer if I pause for food. I think it's my biggest blocker at the moment. So I think in the next hour and a half, I feel very confident that we can test these remaining items on this task list here and just get through them. Uh, Now, if we do get through these, then we would be prepared for our next production launch. We're switching to a 4 times monthly release to have more control over how code enters production, just to make sure that we're sharing these updates, whether it's live deving or sending out newsletters or doing QA and staging, all these good things. And these will happen 4 times a month instead of the way we were doing it prior, which is CI/CD, deliver as soon as it's approved in PR and merge domain. That proved to be a little dangerous, a little bit more live wire than we were ready for. So this is the new, oh yeah, good to go. The new setup. All right, temporarily unlock. All right, we are in break mode. What does that say? On break. So we have a UI bug, which we will correct. The UI bug here is that the clock is still being drawn. No problem. This is a result of the recent, 1 second. I'll get back to you in a moment there. So we have a UI bug on the clock showing on break. That's fine. We can take a look at that. And is there a place? You're probably in the best place right now. I mean, like this Twitch is literally direct access to me, and I'm the one who makes those calls for time allocation for the dev team. For the hardware team, I think the best place is Kinky Makers. And we're going to consolidate all this information, hopefully soon, into just regular recurring posts on all platforms. The hope is that wherever you are is the right place to find updates. We do have an experimental GitHub project working, but it is not ready, so I'm not going to distribute it. I mean, you could find it, but it's just not ready. It's very empty. We're truly just testing to see if it makes sense for our workflow. Oh, excuse me. All right, let's just do a check. We're unlocked. Good to go. Let us relock, capture the log if it fails, and see what's up. Heyo. The UI bug was the timer for the previous page did not clear. Yeah, we're good to go, you guys. Y'all, we just proved this. We just found another bug, but hey, we can end a lock from Chaster, or end a break from Chaster. Good. So yes, and no. The Research and Desire wireless remote is also completely open source. So this is thank you so much, Jess. I'm actually pretty stoked too. It's like, these were simple issues. I was a little concerned about the can of worms, which is why, truth be told, it's like, there's a can of worms on your desk and a fun, juicy problem. Yeah, it's tempting to just look at the fun, juicy problem. But this can of worms has turned out to just be simple issues, small config problems, and then a couple extra bugs. We can fix these. Shouldn't be an issue. All right. Back to you, Eagle. There are 2 open source projects at Research and Desire right now, but we have ambition to open more. And we're having some internal conversations on what it would look like to make everything open source, but that is not a guarantee. Now, what would it look like? I think that conversation we're not ready to share yet, but I will say the things that are open source, just repeating myself a little, but for clarity, would be obviously the open source sex machine, as well as the Research and Desire wireless remote radar. These 2 products, completely open source. You can go right now and make your own PCBs, grab a breadboard. You could check out the code. You could honestly take a look at how I set up the state machine and copy paste. I truly love Boost SML. We're getting married soon, so come on over to the wedding. For real though, you should check it out if you do a lot of firmware dev. You can see how I set up a standard project. the kinds of dependencies I use, the file structure I use. These things I totally invite you to contribute towards and investigate. The Lockbox and the Deep Thread Trainer are the only products that are closed source. There is conversation, definitely, about making both open source. The dashboard is our last product. It is not open source and would be very difficult to safely make open source. But again, we're having conversations about it. We want to make sure that we are considerate. Yeah, I invite you to take a look. There's so many options, so many ways to get an awesome. You can make it yourself. You can buy parts from us. You can buy it fully assembled. Yeah, it's truly, I will say, as a customer, when I was a customer, best in class, best in its weight class. Sure, there's things that are bigger, and those bigger things can push harder. But for the literal size, shape, and weight that this machine has, it's insane. Like the fact that I can bring uh, something in my carry-on bag, and I do literally bring the awesome in my carry-on bag when I fly, which could push like a 4-inch round tentacle into somebody's asshole and have no problems, is insane. It's just crazy. Um, but that's my customer review. I do recommend you go take a look at the Kinky Makers community if you're not part of it, and just see what folks are up to. We'll investigate all the ways to purchase. We're updating our documentation now, so it should be easy for you to construct it. And anytime I'm on stream, just, yeah, throw a question at me. As much as I can, I'll answer. All right, let's miss a break. Now, what is our hygiene time? Hygiene time is too long. It is 15 minutes. Best, I think, for me to abandon, unless I can modify. I cannot modify. Okay, let's go ahead and abandon this. We'll create a new lock. Let's make it 2 minutes, and boom, boom, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. We'll do hygiene opening. We will go every 1 minute. We can have a very unfortunate 1 minute. Let's go. Penalty, sure, 10-hour penalty. Save changes. Extension is going to be the Research and Desire Lockbox. Green, green. Love it. Generate a combo. Create the lock. Oh, I keep forgetting. I need more time. And it doesn't matter how much time I set. 6 hours. Let's go. I know. I'm too nice. I'm too nice everywhere on this. All right, let's go. Except for the hygiene opening. Having 1 minute for hygiene is brutal. Brutal. I'm gonna wait 35 seconds. That would be such a fast and unsatisfying shower. I mean, like, at that point, you just gotta like dip yourself in, gosh, like some sci-fi chemical post nuclear disaster. Like, I'm imagining 12 Monkeys or Chernobyl. You have no other option. 10 seconds. Bleh, bleh. Yeah, sure, totally. Just douse yourself in rubbing alcohol and hope there's no matches nearby. If you're a smoker, please. All right. Okay, we have our UI bug. That's fine. We'll deal with that later. We are going to miss this one and see what happens. So we're expecting nothing. We would expect a missed lock notification here, as well as just something in our activity history on this current lock. We'll see what happens. We'll see what we get. We do have a break started, which I love to see. Did we miss? Nope, still time. 30 seconds. What do we got? Okay. I'll just lighten the screen a little. And who's it focused on? It's focused on that. Probably because a QR code is there. Huh. Can I get it to refocus on my face? Cool. I might have a cold. Not a big one. Just a little baby cold. 2 seconds. Do I see an issue? The logs tell me no. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jess. The logs tell me I don't. Oh, what's going on here? No, okay. Time remaining has gone to negative, which means that in code, we have in fact missed this lock. However, on screen in UI, we are not seeing the message, hey, you missed your lock. This is interesting. I will add it to our little bug list. Okay. This is new. Don't worry, it's not in prod at the moment. This is on main, so it is a latest thing in a recent update. No issue, we'll just check it out. So UI bug, after missing session, your break, it does not show the warning. Okay, not a problem. It is confirmed that the box knows we're over time and the dashboard knows that we are over time with a penalty applied. Right there, you can already see the penalty. Is the penalty applied here? No. So we will state that penalty application should probably happen on lock end to avoid confusion, or break end. Penalty application should occur on break end. Okay, no problem. And because we're testing ending on this, not ending on device, we're gonna resume the session now with penalty. We should expect to see a 10-hour penalty applied here. Let's go. Okay, what do we got? Good, and I have to scroll up. All right, these align 1 day, 1 hour with penalty applied. Okay, good. This does mean that with some minor bugs, yes, we can miss a break. It is working. Okay. Yeah, so now the issues would be when you click on the completed lock modal, you have the option to add more time. However, we've ended your session. So, a couple small bugs. But we have good news. Like, this is very good news. The state of the Chaster integration now is that it kind of works. It kind of works from the Chaster side. So what we're going to do next, before we get too excited and start sending messages, is, yeah, thank you. Exactly that. I literally will always share nuggets. If I'm getting nuggets for dinner, I'll share nuggets. But I know you mean knowledge. So I think I am going to grab a little bit of food, and then we're going to jump into the R&D version of this. So this is just the focus of the same steps, but now initiated not from the Chaster side, but from the R&D side. And then the third branch is not initiating from the Lockbox side. Oops, sorry. But now initiating from the Lockbox side. So it's like the third branch. Yeah, let's take 5. But great job. Great job, everybody. We got this. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Super stoked. Let's say this. Little message for anyone coming through. Yay! Critical paths all work on critical paths on Lockbox, on Chester, all work. AJ's gonna get some food and take a little 5-minute break. Ding, 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 ding. Cool, let's zoom in on that. And make sure it's legible. I think it is. Hell yeah, folks. Very exciting. I was so worried that this would be a super complex can of worms. Like I said, just hasn't been. 2 lines, 3 lines. It's a good reminder to not be so stressed about these things. Okay, break occurring. I'm going to mute the mic, and I will see you all very soon. I'm having issues with my camera, which is my phone. So we're just going to be a second here. That is not it. Okay. I'm going to have to unglue it from the wall. For those who don't know, this is my, let's clear all this here. This right here, that is my tripod. It is a piece of tape. Why is this camera not showing up? Also, I got Taco Bell. I think I accidentally flashed that on the screen for a second, but hey, we can't all be perfect. Hello, camera. I think I need to restart my phone for this to detect. I'm trying to use, I mean, that's not what I want, but there it is. I found it. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Really quickly flip it so you don't see how messy my room is. You got 4 pixels of mess. Let's go. It's not that messy. Just chaotic. Okay. All right, Taco Bell will be here in about 10, 20 minutes, something like that. So in the meantime, let's just keep going. Let's chat a bit, make some plans. Bald spot. Whew. All right, so where we left off. Left off with some great news. The great news is that the critical paths on Chaster are totally working. There will absolutely be race conditions and edge cases when it merges into production, but this is why we have the water flow process of first releasing it into a preview or staging, and then doing QA with humans, importantly, to make sure that it's good before it hits prod. This is critical. All right, let's go. Just gonna do a user check. See who we got. Awesome. We got Nile. Love the name. Eagle. We got Fridge, Nico, and Ready to be Tied. Hey, welcome, Ready to be Tied. Happy you're here. Awesome. Let's go. Uh-huh. Hi. Yeah, how's your week been? What have you been up to? I mean, maybe you don't want to share, but you're welcome to, if you'd like. We are waiting for food and making plans. Now's the perfect time. All right. So we're doing the same thing now in reverse. We want to check if I start a lock on RD, does it appear on Chaster in the box? Does it appear on Chaster and the box? If I start a lock and a lock on RD, does it, etc., appear on essentially the same LKBX. Let's start with these two and see what's up. So I've got both of these open. This is, do I have a system for abandoning this? Not a sufficiently complementary one. All right, so we're gonna go abandon here on Chaster. Let's archive. Dessert. Great. Wow, Got the sneezes today. Okay, good stuff. I am currently locked. Just want to see if my state here updates. So online now, unlocked. It says closed. It takes a second to update, but it does send a message when it opens. Let's just see. Give it a refresh. See if I have an open state. It seems to not be the case. So I've just validated the bug that exists, I believe. Again, there is a small chance it's taken a minute to get up here, but typically it's very fast, so this is unlikely. Confirmed then, the community is right. This card is not syncing correctly for some reason. I will investigate that reason, but not on stream. So let's go ahead and stay focused here. We have an active Chaster integration. There is nothing we need to do to start a Chaster lock, except make sure that Chaster does not have an active lock. We're not going to clear all of the edge cases today. We're just going to understand the landscape. So let's start a quick lock, just the 24-hour session, which should, there we go, and does immediately lock my box with a 24-hour lock right there. And let's check out Chaster. So it did not create a Chaster lock. Let's do, I want to make sure that it is full bi-directional. So we're gonna just skim through here and make sure that we understand that there's not a secret checkbox for Chaster, which I previously saw and removed. I don't see one. Interesting. Let's do a sync, which I believe will fail. Fail to refresh the token. So very likely this is the same issue. So we'll note this is the part where we start to break down. A lock on RD does not appear on Chaster. Is this even a test lock? Can I end this? It is not a test lock. Whoops. I'm curious, as I'm going through, what is the community's desire? Would we prefer that, similar to Chaster, any lock can be abandoned? It's just one of two possible ways that we can implement this. If any lock can be abandoned, then we're like Chaster, but it feels weak. It feels like an indecisive action. Every time I seated, our call is right. Okay. I will say that I need to go into the database to clear this. That is unfortunate, but it is the case. So I'm going to pop over. Just got a message here. So we use Supabase, which is Postgres. Supabase is just a management system. Some people who may be technical but not super technical might see it as a response to Firebase. I think that was the name of that old system. It is not. It is just Postgres, to be blunt, but it does an extremely good job of managing authentication, using systems already in Postgres plus a bit of its own magic. However, if you ever want to exit, all you have to do is download like PG dump your whole Postgres database and then continue to use their SDK for connecting to it. There's nothing else really. It is good. It is a good UI for a standard Postgres database that does a good job of bringing issues to my attention. It also gives me the advantage of not really having to think too much about scaling. It can do read replicas across any number of countries that you set. It can do backups automatically. These are all conveniences available in many modern platforms, but Supabase is just the most convenient of the convenient options with the ability to fully export. So strong rec to use them as your Postgres manager. They are opinionated though. So they have opinions on how you're going to create your indexes. They have strong opinions on how RLS should occur, how authentication should occur. If you're okay with them injecting their opinions, great. Yeah, that's awesome. If you are doing something so low level where you must have complete control, you can still do that. You might have to ignore a couple warnings, but that is it. All right, here we go. I got to clear this lock. Okay. And we're going to find it by the public ID. Sorry, I know I'm off screen here. Yeah. Okay, active state. Just changing the database, going all hacker mode. Not really, I'm scrolling to the right to find the column called state, and we're gonna say abandoned. Okay, there we go. It's abandoned, it's clear, it is over. And is active, false. Thank you. Yeah, PLC, yeah, for many years. Awesome. Yeah, PLC is my father-in-law, or ex-father-in-law. He's still alive. I'm just recently divorced. But was also in PLC. Yeah, it's kind of the backbone of all these automated systems that have been around for decades and just nobody knows about it. So I see you, and thanks for your work. For real, I mean that. I'm not just joking. All right, let's take a look here. Where am I at? Take a look at this screen. Main menu. Okay, good stuff. Awesome. Quick refresh on this because it's just not live syncing. It's okay. We will make a bug note. We'll make our bug note over here. So lock homepage is not live syncing. Okay, not sure what to do about that. All right, so we know that lock sessions started here will fail. What do we want to test now? Fail to reach Chaster. Okay, well, we can still test these things. We'll have to test in the case where we start the lock on Chaster first. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's start with a long lock. No problem. Let's go with hygiene breaks test. Sure, we'll leave it all on. I prefer this to be 1 minute. And if we're going to test anything with hygiene breaks, we got to keep this maintainable or reasonable at the very least. And let's go with research and desire lockbox extension. Check out our food. Got some time. All right. Always checking configuration because we are deving and we want to make sure that it's all working. Working. We'll generate a combo. We'll create a lock. Great. Now I just remembered something critical. Although this will create a lock on research and desire, it will attempt to sync all of the properties, including the fact that because there is no public voting, on the Chaster lock, there is no public voting on this lock either. So let's cheat a little and enable it, and we'll see if this breaks anything. There is certainly a chance this breaks something. Maximum lock duration. Oh, excuse me. Interesting. These windows are too big. This reminds me of this spoon is too big meme from when I was a child. This spoon is too big. Oh my God, 17 years ago. Oh, I don't know if you know this.
My spoon is too big. My spoon is too big. My spoon is too big. I am a banana.
This is what I hope you could hear none of that. It was not worth any of your time. But damn, that's what that was very nostalgic. I hope that was a weird nostalgia trigger for somebody else out there as well. But we'll even see if anyone heard anything. Anyway, these windows are too large. So we gotta fix that, put that in our little bug list. Settings menus on lock session edit. Pages are not good. Okay, that should be more clear. Are too large. I think today we're just going to collect these things, collect these task items, and then I'm going to end stream because I'm getting a little tired and losing a little focus. I am, of course, in Southeast Asia, so my time zone is off. All right, let's save these changes, see if I can add a lock or add a vote up or down and have it sync. I think it's very likely that I need to didn't like that redirect. That's okay. I think it's very likely. Yeah. Yes. That I will need to change this. Chaster. Oh no. I do have it. It's present. I don't know if this changed remotely though. We're gonna go check. I think it's unlikely that it added the extension. I don't know that you can, with the API, add an extension after it starts. We will check. So in Chaster, and I add an extension after a lock starts via API. We'll try. Maybe we can. That would be very, very exciting for our configuration settings. As it stands, let's check to see if I can vote up or down on my lock. I know that I cannot up vote or down vote my personal lock, but I will send this to the chat here and you will tell me what we have access to. Okay, can I? Oh, can I vote on my own lock? If so, that is a bug. All right, I can vote on my own lock. That is, yeah, that's not good. Whoops, bug. I can and should not be able to. Okay, noted. However, our time has increased to 5 hours and 55 minutes. When I look at OBS over here, we're at 5:55. And when I finally go to this one, I'm at 5:55. We are able to vote up. Voting down has always been, was prior, a concern. So let me just send this to chat. And if somebody, Eagle, if you're present, or anyone else is willing to vote up or down on this lock, preferably down, if you could try to decrease it, that'd be great. I've already voted once. I could reset the count for me, but it's more fun if you all get involved. All right, down to 4:55. Thank you. Let's go check over here. I see 4:55. Awesome. So we have voting up and down is synchronizing. Let me check between all platforms. 4:55, 3. Yeah, feel free, have fun. Click around, you can vote. But I'm going to give us a check mark on this one. Things are syncing. Okay. Vote is registered both up and down. So a break started. I actually don't think that you can do a break. Huh. Yeah, I don't think you can do a break on R&D from the dashboard. So this is going to be feature add. So we're going to say this is a no. Just building our task list. And then I'm going to go nurse my cold, eat my Taco Bell, and maybe just call a friend. Thanks all for voting. No, excuse me. I was on stream earlier. No sneezes. These just came out of nowhere. All right, and abandon. This should be abandoned. This should be complete. Let's go ahead and do an abandon. Of course, that did abandon there. Let's see what occurred here. Might need to refresh. This did not abandon at all. So we're going to call that a no. I think it is likely that a complete will also fail when triggered by like that button. Config change is no. Excuse me. The amount of configurations that you can change on a live research and desire lock is significantly different from the ones that you can change on a live Chaster lock. Notably, extensions. Public voting, it's a configuration for us, an extension for them, or a setting that cannot be flipped on once you've started, on or off. So we're going to claim this as a no. So we have our task list of things that must happen for this to work. We're going to do the last two things here and just see what occurs. We're going to start from the top. We'll start a new session on the Chaster. Let's go here. Archive dessert. Create a lock. And we want to take a break on device and see what syncs up. This is the trick. So let's go ahead and do, like, again, we'll go 10 minutes. Good stuff. Test lock, hygiene opening. Need to have availability of 1 minute. Thank you. So that I can access it. Extensions would be okay. Lovely. We'll check config. Save changes. We're happy. Generate a combo and create. Let's go. Got a 10-minute lock running. Locked with 10 minutes. And the thing we want to check is what happens when I take a break on the device, what happens everywhere else. So let's go here. It says no active lock session because we need to have live refresh enabled for this page, and we do not for some reason. I'll have to take a look at that. Well, let's now go here. I'm gonna blind navigate this screen. I'm gonna make it bigger so I can read it. 1 moment. So let's go here, blind navigate. Take a break, and I want this finger. And yes, take a break. Okay, so we are on break. We are missing text on screen. We'll have to take a look at that. When I refresh here, let's see what information I see on screen. I don't see clear information about the current state. Online now in break is correct. These states are incorrect. Lock is not engaged, for instance. And Yes. So information on RD, of course, is stating it's in break. Let me refresh here and understand what Chaster says. So Chaster is not on break. So we go here. And we'll do the final thing. So I will be imnipotent and send us back. Okay, we are now in this state, hopefully a decent one, and we will complete the session. The alt way to complete is to just wait 7 minutes, but let's just give this a shot. Okay, what occurred? Sorry, I had to abandon on Lockbox. I forgot that was my task item. So, mission failed. Whoops. We know this pull from Chaster fails. Okay. All right, I think I'm going to cap it there. So let's review final state. Just a brief fly through, but if you've been here, you know what's up. All critical paths on Chaster are working. That is anything initiated from Chaster. We've collected a small cache of bugs that we will resolve. But boats up, down, brakes started on Chaster, passed through down to RD and Lockbox. An abandons correctly. Completes correctly, with some notes that on Chaster you can extend complete lock. We need to support that. And a config change does pass through, but we've only tested time. That is the only configuration that I saw immediately on Chaster that we could pass down to the other platforms. Okay. Other bugs, the sync button fails on the dashboard. No issue. But everything else is good. Now on RD, so anything started on research and desire should be able to propagate up. That is not the case for many things. This will be our next block of work. And the last block of work will be the abandon and break when initiated on the lockbox itself. Currently, these are the only two actions you can initiate from just the box if you're in an active lock session. Of course, there is also the statement starting a lock on the box starts it on the dashboard as well. Okay. These are the vision items. I got a little cold. I got some Taco Bell coming. So I'm going to sign off. I'm going to consolidate both of these Chaster videos into one single video on YouTube when I upload, but on Twitch, you'll see two VODs. All right. Thanks, folks. Bye.